Okay, I thought that I would do a Native American Indian medicine wheel, okay, through the zodiac signs. Just because I don't know, I've got more time off at the moment, and I thought it was midweek, but it is actually Friday. I've had a few days to do what I want, and I feel like doing some tarot again. But yeah, I thought I'd do not just love, but something different. Just pausing for a sip of rum. Yeah, so yeah, I thought I'd give you something extra on top of the love readings that I do every week. I will be doing those later tonight. I just fancy doing something that's not to do with love, that you can enjoy rather than be like distressed over. Sometimes it's distressing to only watch tarot for love. So let's burn some sage. Yeah, so with the Native American Indian medicine wheel, I basically look at your mental health, your physical health, your spiritual health, and your emotional health. And then based off what cards come out, the sort of weaker cards, the cards that are more negative looking, are the areas to work on. Okay, so I'm sticking with the Star Brights Tarot deck. I've got a beautiful sunflower for display purposes only. And we're starting off with Aries. I've got some new self-care wisdom cards and positive affirmations as well. Because we love a new deck. Okay, so why is that one the wrong way up? Let's give them a shuffle. Why is that the wrong way up? I'm so confused right now. Oh no. Are they all mixed up? I do vaguely remember knocking them on the floor, actually. Sorry about this, very unprofessional of me. Hi, welcome into the chat. So I thought that I would do something that's not to do with love. So if you're looking for a love reading, that's not here today. It will be later. I'll do my normal love readings, but this one is an extra because I'm off work at the moment. Teachers on vacay and all that. So the Native American medicine wheel looks at your mind, your emotions, your connection to spirit, and your physical health, your body. Okay, spirit guides, the universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Aries' highest good. Please can you give me 4 cards? The first one being for Aries' mind. How is Aries' mind at the moment? Do you know what? I don't know whether to put that card. I used to put it face down in the middle and then put the 4 cards around it. And that's okay. Okay, first one for Aries' mind. How is Aries' mind doing at the moment? Okay, so for your mind, we've got the 8 of Wands reversed and the 4 of Wands upright. There's been some sort of block or delay when it comes to securing a property. Maybe you're on the housing market and you're trying to sell or you're trying to acquire a property. Maybe you're trying to rent somewhere, maybe you're trying to secure a loan to build an extension or something like that, okay? There's some sort of block or delay and it's to do with your stability, and it could literally be to do with the building that you live in, or, you know, like what you're trying to achieve in terms of one day acquiring a home of your own. I think that's heavily on your mind. So let's have a look at your emotions. Hi, welcome into the chat. Yeah, it's a collective reading. I'm just on the sign of Aries. I'll go through all the zodiac signs. It's like a general like health check to see how you're doing in all aspects of your life and what to focus on, maybe for a bit of self-care. It's not a love reading. I will continue with my love readings as usual tonight, but I'm just doing this as extra. Okay, so how is your emotional health at the moment? Let's see. Okay, at the moment, we've got 3 cards that are reversed. The 10 of Pentacles, the Queen of Wands, and the 2 of Cups. Okay, so when I saw the 10 of Pentacles, I was thinking about money. But then when I saw the Queen of Wands, it made me think about virility, sexuality, sexual prowess, maybe third party, like situationship vibes. And then the 2 of Cups reversed. And I now strongly feel like what's in your emotions, Aries, is wanting love that goes the whole 9 yards, you know. I don't know if you've been treated like a Queen of Wands, you know, someone who's very seductive, very tempting, but not being given lasting generational wealth, you know, that long-term companionship where you forge 2 lives together. You could feel that, you know, someone fancies you, but it's unrequited love and it's not going to last. You could have that in your emotions at the moment. Or that could have been the experience recently. Let's get one for your connection to spirit. I go through the zodiac signs. This isn't about love specifically, it's about your health. Okay, your physical health, your mental health, your emotions, your connection to spirit. It's a Native American Indian medicine wheel. So you can see which area you need to focus on at the moment, give it some attention. I'm just on the sign of Aries, but I will get to the other signs. Let's get one for your connection to spirit, your spirit and intuition, Aries. At the moment, the strength card is reversed, okay? So you could feel that your emotions are heightened at the moment. You could be depressed, you could be over emotional, you could be preoccupied, you know, with these things that are on your mind. And so you may feel like your connection to spirit is suffering, you know, like your faith in the divine, your faith in, you know, the wider plan. What is it all about? Kind of, you know, doubtful about destiny, fate, and why we're all here. That strength card, if it was upright, I'd say your connection to spirit's very, very strong at the moment. But this represents like doubt, weakness, insecurity. So I mean, when you've got problems with the home and problems with love, you do, you know, lack faith in the divine. You do wonder what's it all about. You know, that's perfectly natural. Let's get one for your physical health, your physical appearance, your body. So we have got 4 cards that have come out. We've got 3 of Pentacles reversed, New Moon for new beginnings upright, 4 of Pentacles reversed, 5 of Cups upright. There's definitely an ending here. There's some regret perhaps about the way that you've treated your physical health. You could have neglected it. You may have some regrets about that. You could be irresponsible with food and drink. You could be someone, you know, that's under-exercised or over-exercised. You could be someone that's overeating or under-eating. Depending on how people deal with stress, you know, it doesn't have to be food and drink. It could be substance abuse. But I feel that you strongly want to, even if it means taking out a gym membership or paying money for vitamins or, you know, buying a new outfit for workouts, buying a fitness DVD, whatever it is, some equipment, there's going to be outgoings of money, you know, a little bit of speculate to accumulate. Perhaps, you know, you've been uncooperative, you know, with yourself, like self-sabotage or something. But I feel like with this new moon, there's a new beginning and you're going to spend some money to right the wrongs. I think, you know, although we've got some like reversals for the body, I've just realised you can barely see like the cards. We'll sort this out. Okay, it's a bit better, isn't it? What I was saying was, with the body, I'm going to take this as positive because I feel like you recognise, you know, when you're ready to change things up. And that resonates with me because I'm Taurus, Aries, cusper. You know, maybe it's just the right time or your head's in the right space or something is right, you know, for you to just change things up with your routine, different kinds of exercise. I don't know, you know, but that to me, like, that's positive. Because this Leo card's reversed for your connection to spirit, I do think that you working on things in a very positive way to change what's going on, and therefore this belief, this lack of faith in the divine, this doubtfulness will change, you know, because you are behaving and coping in a way that's very healthy. If you switch up your routine, you'll start to feel better, and it'll be, you know, this up spiral of like positivity and you'll regain your faith. Yeah? Yeah?
What's the restaurant in Heswell? The meaty one where you had your birthday, and not the Silk Road.
There's Gusto. There's Gusto. There's 107.
Gusto, that's it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jen.
Sorry. That was just my mum. Yeah, I feel like that's all like gonna sort itself out, you know. These delays to the house thing is external realities. So whether it's a house or a partnership that would be very exclusive with another person, they're things outside of your control. Okay, so as long as you're on a daily basis exercising, eating nourishing food, you know, being kind to people, if you are going to work, if you know, the things outside of your control, you got to learn to let go of, and timing is everything when it comes to stuff like that. So, you know, preparation meets opportunity. If you're prepared, opportunity will knock at some point. Okay, the emotions, if someone doesn't feel the same or you don't feel like you found love, that's easy to move on from, you know, like sometimes it's just not the time, and you can pour all that extra time that you've got into yourself, into your hobbies, into what you enjoy, crossing things off the bucket list. If someone doesn't feel the same, like, that's on them, do you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to change who you are, you just need to live your best life, and the right person is going to come along and just observe you, like, being happy, right? So the area most to work on, I'd say let go of those sort of mental and emotional issues, and I would say regain your faith, you know, say some things that are very, very positive, be sure about what you do want. It's okay to know what you don't want, but picture what you do want for yourself, and know that divine timing is at play. Whenever you have a period of not that much going on in your love life, it's so that you can develop yourself, you know, as a whole. Let's get a positive affirmation for you, Aries. Living fully in the present shapes a meaningful past and a hopeful future. Is that not what I've just been saying? I am intelligent and focused. I am Ian. That could not be any better. I am intelligent and focused. When you manifest, you think about what your major goals are. You could have two major goals, okay? One could be to acquire a home, a forever home. One could be to fall in love, you know, someone that's going to be there to the rest of your days. Whatever it is that you want, picture those two goals, say it out loud, and ask the angels to help you, because they will. They're not allowed to intervene, but they are allowed to help you when you ask for it, okay? And it will take about a year to manifest. Yeah?
If I were you, I'd get the laundry in.
Okay.
Because the weather's changing.
Okay. I've lost my train of thought now. Let's get an essential oil for your healing. Did you see that? That came out straight away. Copaiba bridges body and mind. Very, very nice. Well, you can put that in a diffuser, you can have it as a moisturiser, and you can have it in supplements as well, copaiba. Okay, and then we've got these self-care wisdom cards. Something for Aries, please. What do you recommend for Aries? Energy. Stop trying to please everyone. Everyone is a whole lot of people. Protect your energy. Okay, so Aries, you are the Emperor, and you may be worried about what other people think. You may be worried about status. That is part of the ego. Okay, so imagine like the freedom of having an ego death, not worried about your body, what it looks like to other people, what they think of it. Imagine not worrying about status, whether you own a home, whether you own a car, whether you have a high-powered job. Not being worried about, you know, what it means to be single or be in love. Like, just to be a person, just to be a human being that's having, you know, an experience on this planet that's here for everything that it has to offer. Because we're too concerned with what other people think and putting ourselves in categories and doing what society thinks we should be doing by a certain age. That kind of stuff is what is causing all of this, like, mental activity, emotional activity, you know, abuse of the body, lack of faith. Stop worrying about that. Stop worrying about it, okay? It's not good for your mental health. So, Aries, I'm going to run and get my laundry in. I'll be 1 minute. And then I will go on to Taurus. sorry about that, I'm back. I had to run and get the laundry in. Hi, Prudence. Okay, so just finished Aries. Aries, your advice is to drop the ego, okay? Do not worry about what people think because it's plaguing you, basically. Once you accept where you are in life and that you're a human being, you deserve to be happy no matter what. You won't have these thoughts and feelings, and you'll regain your faith. Okay, so if you've just come in, it's the Native American Indian medicine wheel. It's designed to find out which aspect of your life needs a little bit of care and attention right now. Whether it's your mind, your emotions, your physical health, or your connection to spirit. It's not really a love reading, okay? It's more like just about you, really. I got this new little holder to put the cards in so they won't fall down anymore, because that was really irritating. Oh God. The issue is going to be the sunflower, but we're not losing the sunflower. I don't want to burn myself on that. There we go, Taurus. Okay, so let's see how Taurus is doing. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Taurus's highest good. How is Taurus's mind at the moment? How is Taurus's mind? I was about to say, who's this weirdo? Saying people are sexy in the chat. It's our celebrity, Mojo's Harrow. Oh, right, Taurus's mind. You have got the Five of Wands. You're very conflicted about something from the past, okay? You've got the Five of Wands with the World card reversed. This is the completion of a cycle when it's upright and it's reversed. So something's not over in your mind. And it's causing you a bit of mental distraction, I would say. Let's have a think about your emotions. How are your emotions, Taurus? Ooh, what's come out? The Empress reversed, Taurus? What's going on with you? I mean, the Empress is your major arcana. You should be upright. You could be feeling insecure at the moment, a little bit unconfident. I'm not saying it's like to do with what you look like, but your general aura with this card is that you attract, you do not chase. Okay, so you may feel like you're having to chase, which is not. If you read about the story of Andromeda, she gets rescued. She's tied to rocks by her father. It's all like a whole thing. It's a Greek myth that I'm not going to read out. Should I read it out? No, I But she gets rescued, and that's the whole point of the Empress, is she's supposed to live a happy, traditional family life, but she does not chase people, she does not chase her suitors. Okay, she is someone that is, you know, drawing people in. She's the flame, you know, and the moths are supposed to go to her. So at the moment you might feel like that isn't happening. Don't worry, okay, Taurus, you need to just wait it out. Okay, so your connection to spirit, we've got the Lovers reversed, 2 of Pentacles upright, 10 of Wands upright, 8 of Pentacles upright, the Fool upright. Right, let's take this all in. The Fool and the 8, see, I was like, oh, why have we got the Lovers reversed? But the rest of it is really, well, 10 of Wands isn't great. Let's have a look. The Fool upright, the 8 of Pentacles upright, that's taking a leap of faith. It's having a lot of hope. The 8 of Pentacles is growth and expansion. The 10 of Wands is the completion of a really challenging time. 2 of Pentacles, striving for balance, trying to manage priorities. Love is reversed. You've had a lot of, like, things test your faith, you know. I think there's been a long period where you've kind of really tried and really tried to wait it out and tried to be patient, and I feel like, you know, perhaps like you're disappointed. And so I think your faith in spirit and in the divine and like your ability to manifest is waning a little bit. I think it's waning because it could have been quite the weight. But you know that Rome wasn't built in a day, and you're not wrong to kind of want things, Taurus, but you can't have it like exactly when you want it. It has to happen when it's right for every person involved and all the external realities involved with them. So, you know. Let's get one for your physical health. Oh, thanks, Mojo. You're so supportive. It's so nice to do a different kind of reading. Like when I'm teaching during term time, I can only really commit to doing the love readings, and then it's hard, like, even to do those. But it's so nice because I can do a lot of different spreads. So now that it's the summer, like it just feels brilliant. It feels like I'm using different, I don't know, it's making me read differently and it feels fresher. Like it's just nice doing a different spread, you know. King of Cups. Okay, for body, King of Cups. Well, the King of Cups is very compassionate, generous with emotion, calm, an empath, forgiving, very emotionally intelligent, gentle. I think you're being gentle with your body. I think you're feeling better about it. I think you are being kinder to yourself, possibly. You know, a King of Cups upright is someone who's very level-headed, very calm, like a duck or a swan. You know, you have to, you take things in your stride, you know, you ride the crest of a wave when you're in this vibe. Like, it doesn't mean you're not facing challenging stuff, but you're kind of dealing with it really well. Does that make sense? So in terms of your physical health, you might find that you're able to perform better at the moment, whether it's your personal best in running or swimming or whatever it is that you like to do, bodybuilding. You may find that you've got a really good equilibrium at the moment and something's working. Oh yeah, Lionsgate. So Lionsgate last year was when I I'd just started my channel, and I only had, you know, some friends and family on my channel. No one was watching the videos really. It was like 0 views or 1 view. I asked on Lionsgate for my channel to blow up, and then literally had 2 new subscribers the next morning after, I mean, like months of nothing going on. So I do believe in it. I actually, if you scroll way back on my channel posts, you would see that I made a video about that. So use Lionsgate 100%. I'm going to put it in my phone actually. Whatever your like 1111 wishes, use Lionsgate. It's something really powerful. It's freaky good. Okay, so Taurus, looking at all these areas, I would say a little bit dwelling on the past. That's all right. It's okay. You're a very reflective sign. You're very loyal. You find it difficult to detach. That's all right. We don't need to mess with that. Health is looking great, to be honest. Emotions, keep those in check. Just keep doing things. You know, if you're exercising, if you are socializing, you're not gonna like get too emotional, too down in your feels, because you're an earth sign, and you know, you like it low and slow, but you can get a little bit too low, you can get depressed. So make sure you're around those fire signs and those people that know how to have fun, so you didn't get a bit too isolated, a bit too in your feels. And I think when you do that, that's going to improve your connection to the divine. It's going to reawaken your trust that everything's going to work out. Okay, of course it is. Right, let's get you a positive affirmation. Oh, you started your channel 2 years ago. So how many subscribers did you have after 1 year? Because I've got around 800, and I don't know if that's like good or bad, but I'm very, very happy with that. I feel like over time it picks up more quickly. Like there's a real upshoot. It's like, feels like nothing. It's like it's such a grind for the first 6 months. Right, what have we got here? I choose to dream bigger, unlocking new levels of freedom in my life. Oh my God, broaden your horizons, Taurus, because you could have decided that you need to settle, that you need to fall in line with other people. You know, I'm Libra moon, so I love to travel. I love art, I love creativity. And, you know, I'm a practical sign, being a Taurus, so primarily I'm trying to be sensible at the moment and not travel and not do too many things. I'm shopaholic. But yeah, I could have bought a holiday and I didn't. But if you're not satisfied in your life, like how it is, like dream bigger. It's okay. It's okay to do that. Because the universe has a way of throwing you into the path that you really want to be in. I'm buzzing off doing this spread today. Like, I'm so glad that I did it. Things have got too routine. Let's get you an essential oil for healing, and then we'll get you a self-care wisdom card. Oh, this comes out a lot, you know. That's no accident. That's no accident. That comes out for like a lot of the signs. It's wild orange. It elevates and invigorates. Okay, I've actually got that in my diffuser now, so I'll put it on in a sec. Yes, you can put it in your diffuser. Okay. You can have it in a cream, you can have it in supplements, and you know, you can cook it, obviously. So where did I put that last time? I put it there, didn't I? Whoops. Okay, and then this is new, the self-care wisdom cards. I am going to grab my dinner, but I'll just put the plate beside me and I'll carry on with the readings because these are quite short. What have we got here? Oh my god. Okay. Self-worth. Why settle for crumbs when you deserve a whole meal? I'm sorry, that's freaking me out. That's freaking me out because remember what that positive affirmation said? These are totally new decks and they're different decks. Right? I choose to dream bigger, unlocking new levels of freedom in my life. And then we got why settle for crumbs when you deserve a whole meal? And you had the Empress reversed. You know what I did recently, right? I opened up a Match account because I was like, do you know what? I'm ready for like dating again. And all I've seen is like people that are just not on my level, like at all. I feel like so depressed with what came up, honestly. It had like a really bad effect on me, so I deleted it. And this is literally like the decision that I made. Like when I did that, I was just like, I'm not going to settle. I'm just going to pick out of what's there. What's offering itself up towards me. Like absolutely not. You know, I want like only need one person out of like 9.5 billion people on this planet. I only need one person. Okay, so I'm prepared to wait. I'm not gonna like just date anyone that's presenting themselves to me like, no thank you. So depressing. Like I'd rather not. Very happy with my hobbies, thank you. Right, I'll be back in a sec to do Gemini. Yeah, let's do a collab. That'd be amazing. I can't show my face though because I'm a teacher. Would that still work? You don't show yours actually, do you? We're hands people. Right, I'm gonna grab the plate and I'll come back. They're not sexy hands at the moment. Look, there's still clay up them. That is clay. I'm not a dirty person. I was making pottery the other day and I can't get it out, so it's just gonna have to stay there. It's just clay. Okay, that's I love tarot, you know, like absolutely love tarot because the messages that you get out of these oracle decks, like it just freaks me out how well they go together. Like it's not by accident. It's definitely not. Okay, Taurus, so self-worth, self-love. And you do woodworking, that's cool. What, like whittling and stuff? What do you make? You should, well, maybe you have, but you should post some of your wares. Right, Mojo is a Gemini, so and he's somehow you always manage to like slide in, don't you, just at the right time? It's like he just knows. Okay, let's get the Gemini card. These are nice cards, you know, but they're very inconsistent. Like the font's really small for the Gemini one. And then the Leo's just randomly got a black background around it. I'm like, Timu's normally better than that. They are nice though. I like it's very traditional. It reminds me of like I've got like a bit of an Italian vibe going on. Except the sunflowers just because I felt like it because I had them. I've got like a bit of lace going on, bit of olives, bit of like pottery. Just because that's who I am. You feel a disturbance? Oh, let's have a look. Let's see. Yeah, like if you want to do a collab, 100%, whenever you want. I have nothing on because I'm a teacher on vacay, so any day, any evening. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Gemini's highest good. How is Gemini's mind at the moment? A card for Gemini's mind, please. Yeah, I really liked the reading. I think I watched last night's one, and I think it was like oracle cards that you used, or it was something to do with the wizard or something. That sounds really sketchy, but no, I really liked the messages on it and it resonated a lot. Okay, in the challenge position, we've got the Queen of Cups. So the Queen of Cups is associated with healing. The Enchanted Map Oracle. Oh, nice. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I feel like whether you feel like spreads resonate or not, it's not really that. It's just you always win with tarot. Like you always win because the oracle decks and like affirmation decks, anything like that, anything, it's all so healing. And so I feel like we do very little for our own well-being as humans. We push ourselves. We feel like we're constantly having to survive and thrash about and protect ourselves from everything coming at us in a day. And then we punish ourselves, and like we need to do more for our well-being and just accept that we are like valid as individuals, like to just be and whatever. And it's like very alien for us to do that. Which brings me on to the Queen of Cups card, because that is the challenge and that's healing. So what's on your mind? You might have some like resentment, some like ill will towards someone, because this is about being kind-hearted, the Queen of Cups card. So you might be feeling less than forgiving or less than compassionate towards people for whatever reason, or a particular person. And that will just be right now. It's not all the time. What about your emotions? Let's have a look. Right, Right, authority. So the King of Swords is someone who is very intelligent, you know, it's a chess player. Yeah, there's always a way to improve and grow. There's always something to learn. It's like food for the soul, tarot. When you use oracle decks, it's very, very important to add all that, I think. Knowledge is power, and the King of Swords is air energy. It's to do with intellect, the mind, serving the community, honesty, integrity, truth, the facts. Being like a teacher or a mentor or like someone that inspires people. That's in the challenge. So maybe your emotions are affecting your ability to, you know, to do that at the moment. Let's get one for your connection to spirit, your wisdom and intuition. What flipped over then and where? Oh, goodness me. That's the problem when the cards are like the same colour on both sides. Something definitely... Yeah, there is. The Two of Cups. You're very connected to spirit, though. Oh my god, I just had a baby. That's weird. If we were gonna be clairaudient and, you know, say, well, that means something, the sound of like hearing a baby cry, it makes me think of being like reborn, like having a fresh perspective, being innocent, you know, being open-minded. Feel like you've had a rebirth, like you become reconnected to the divine. Well, it's very nice to get the Two of Cups for your intuition, your connection to spirit. Very, very nice. You could feel like your intuition is extra strong at the moment. Like something you've manifested is coming true. Okay, so your physical health, your appearance, the King of Pentacles. Abundance. You could be feeling very, very healthy at the moment, very, very good about your physical appearance, your physical health. You could have recovered from ill health, or, you know, you've changed up your style. It could also be like your appearance. It doesn't have to be like exercise or food. It could be like the way that you're dressing, new haircut. Well, I think you look good at the moment. People view you as doing well, doing good, being healthy, being attractive. You got a nice reading, actually. See, the areas to work on are like forgiveness, tolerance, and maybe that will help your emotional health, you know. Let's get a positive affirmation. You know what happened to me as well, like just talking about myself, because I'm a Taurus, so I'm slightly narcissistic, but because I changed up my spreads that I was doing today, changed up my routine because I can get too routine, I found things, because I was like, oh, I'm going to do Native American Indian medicine wheel, so I'm going to look for things that are like Apache and like whatever, so I can create like a whole theme with like feathers and like patterned earrings and stuff. Didn't find them, but found stuff that I've been looking for like 6 months. See, like good stuff came out of me like changing things up, you know. Right, positive affirmation for Gemini, please. Right, they're giving you a few. Oh, look at this. The only constant in the world is change, so I will embrace it. I am a child of the universe, no different from the plants and the stars. I will always... What? I will always myself at any moment. That's a typo. I will always... I wonder if it's I will always be myself at any moment and I need to accept myself. I am a child of the universe, no different from the plants and the stars. The only constant in the world is change, so I will embrace it. Yeah, it's about self-acceptance. Everything happens for a reason. Accept the changes that are happening. I've dropped one. That was so annoying. Hang on. It's come back to me. What is that noisy bird outside? Can you hear that? Listen to that. Oh my god. That's magpies having like a bit of a set too, I think. Let's get you an essential oil. They sound like, you know, like dog toys. They don't normally sound like that. They do the rattling and the shaking sound, but like not the squeaking. Weird. Oh. Cedarwood fortifies and strengthens. I'm sorry, but this is freaky. Like, look at this. You're gonna yourself. That's the only problem is the typos on these. Cedarwood fortifies and strengthens, and in order to be in a position of authority and maintain, you know, the fact that you are capable of helping a lot of people in your community, whether that's a wider community like online or a small community around you. You are like very much a teacher, a mentor, someone people look up to. Don't forget that, because your connection to spirit is incredibly strong. Your intuition's really, really on point at the moment, but I think something's clouding your like heart chakra, your emotions, and you're being encouraged to view yourself as positively as the way that other people view you, okay, in terms of your appearance, your body, your health. Cedarwood fortifies and strengthens. You can use it in a diffuser. You can have cedarwood in, you know, something topical like a cream or aftershave. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Let's get you a self-care wisdom card. Today is a really good day. You're in the flow. Problems are solved quickly and easily. Helpful people show up for you and unexpected gifts fall into your lap. Success. You're in the flow. Problems are solved quickly and easily. Helpful people show up for you and unexpected gifts fall into your lap. You're going to be successful. What's this one? Body. Your body deserves your love. Stop it, because like it's just like I can't believe, like, you understand, like how well that goes together. I will always be myself at any moment, and I need to accept myself. Your body deserves your love. I am a child of the universe, no different from the plants and the stars. The only constant in the world is change, so I'll embrace it. I mean, if you ever don't feel good about your body, you should do, because you only have to see what other people, like, I went for a run the other day, and whatever I think of my body, like this poor person, they had legs that were totally bowed, they had a walking stick, they're really middle-aged, you know, and I didn't put myself in a middle-aged category, but I'm 40 now, so I am middle-aged, but this poor guy, you know, probably only like 5 or 10 years older than me, probably being like a builder or something. His legs were totally bowed, and like he was struggling to walk, and it's like, God, you got to be grateful for like your health. You got to be grateful for what you've got, the things that you're able to do. Yeah, you can say that you're bored or whatever, but plan and go and do stuff because you can. Be grateful that you can. Like, you don't have to do stuff every day. You can have like quiet days as well, but God, like, we could be in such worse positions. Like, we really, really could. You know, we're too much, again, like, we're too much victims of our own ego. We think we have to be like Instagram perfect, or we think we have to be a kind of way, and we're just really tough on ourselves. Like, you might think that you're not, but you probably are. I think negative self-talk is like something that happens like a little bit, you know, subconsciously, but it does a lot of damage. What's this one? Surprise. Release your expectations and be open to surprise. You've got a card that says there's going to be success for you, and it's going to come as a surprise. You're not expecting it. You may be expecting like not to be successful, or you may be expecting that something's going to flop, or it's going to be stagnant. It's not going to be. That's just in the mind. Where am I putting these now? I'm going to leave that one there, and I'm going to put these here. Right, take care, Gemini, and I will see you in the next one. Thanks, Mojo. Thanks for stopping in and being supportive and encouraging and enjoying the reading as well. I know you appreciate it because you always say. Okay, on to Cancer. That looks like, doesn't that look like a lion's face? That's weird. On a crab. Alright, let's get some cards for Cancer now. Oh, God. I'll have to, if we do a collab, I can't be having the boxes falling down every 2 seconds. You'd be like, right, just wait for her to pick her boxes up. I just like to display what I'm using because I wish like readers would do that on their readings, you know, like show what decks they're using and stuff. I've got a tarot and oracle deck addiction. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Cancer's highest good. How is Cancer's mind at the moment? How is Cancer's mind, please? Okay, so the Death card. So you could be putting something to rest, something that has been bothering you. You could feel like, you know, that mental release from like worrying and just thinking, I'm ready for change. I'm open to change. That's not sorry, that's not hurting the way that it used to. You know, because things can really, really bother you for a long time every day, and then one day it just doesn't. I don't know, like, do you ever go and watch a movie at the cinema and then you come out and like your whole perspective on something has shifted, or like you've evolved from like where you were at, how you were feeling about something? Something's going to cause a shift or has caused a shift, and you're able to move on now. It's closure. Let's get one for emotions. Manifestation reversed. Okay, so you may feel like, although you've put something to bed and you realise something's over and you've accepted it, you may feel like a bit low, a bit like vulnerable, like you're not quite ready to you know, sorry, I was just reading the chat. I'm not laughing about that. Sometimes you just need to be, you know, in hermit energy, put your walls up, put your boundaries up, isolate yourself a bit because you need to protect yourself. Do you know what I mean? I think you're feeling a little bit vulnerable and like a bit low at the moment. It'll change. What about your connection to spirit? The Queen of Pentacles. Okay. So you could be feeling very compassionate, very generous of heart. You could be feeling abundant, like you got plenty of money. You know, don't mean plenty doesn't mean like you've got stupid money. It means like you got enough. You know, like the bills are getting paid. Got a little bit of spends as well. Your savings are fine. Like, could be feeling good, feeling abundant at the moment. And so when your root chakra is sorted, when you're feeling secure and financially, is how we feel secure, you know, in 2025. Like, we're not cavemen. The only threat is not a saber-toothed tiger. Like, the threat is like, what if I run out of money? What if I'm in the middle of the street, like homeless? Like, what if? Do you know what I mean? Like, we're constantly worried about money, aren't we? I feel like you're able to have faith because things are going well at the moment. Do you know what I mean? And I don't mean like over the top good. I just mean like everything's ticking over. We've got faith that it'll be all right. So that's nice, Cancer. Let's get one for your body. The World card reversed. What is going on? There could be some kind of old habit or old behaviour pattern that you haven't quite dropped, whether that's drinking too much, eating too much, over exercising, you know, under eating. Like, some people starve themselves when they're unhappy. Some people, you know, drink too much, punish themselves in some sort of way, get obsessive over stuff, get careless over stuff. Whatever it is, something's out of whack, and there's a need to kind of like stop that. Okay, you can have the body that you want. You can have, it's not just about, you know, your silhouette. It's like about the hairstyle that you want, or you know, the clothes, like whatever it is that you want. If you want to be more sexy, if you want to be more businesslike, if you want to be more practical, whatever it is, you can change it up. You're not stuck. You don't have to just be the persona that you've always been. You can change it up. Yeah, for some people, like, it's a really big step to have a day where you have like a make under, you know, and you allow yourself to go out without makeup on. Like, some people will be putting in like 4 hours of like hair and makeup before they go out anywhere, just to run to the shop or something. Like, but there's something so freeing about allowing yourself to just be a person and not subscribe to all that shit, you know? You have to spend 4 hours getting ready before you go to high school. Like, bullshit, you know? Your energy is required for studying, and that's like an investment into your future for the rest of your fucking life. Like, I despair when I see like people who've been up for 4 hours doing their hair because they think their hair's gonna like be their future. Like, no, get your GCSEs. Do you know what I mean? Who are you trying to look nice for? Like, the jerks around you, like, please don't. They're not worth it. They're not worth your time. Oh, that sounds terrible, Cheryl. That's really upsetting. I've been watching videos about narcissists, sociopaths, and psychopaths, and it's very interesting actually. Like, there are ways to handle them. Yeah, there's different ways to handle them. I'd like research that. But yeah, that's awful for grandparents. So Cancer, yeah, you can't turn things around, okay, in terms of like what you look like, your physical health. You can totally do that. If you don't change, things won't change. Do you know what I mean? And like, that was one sentence. I can't even remember who said it. I think it was someone on TV. But it's true. You know, like, you need to change certain things. If you want different results, so you got to change your tactics, haven't you? Or do something to shake things up a little bit. Let's get some positive affirmations. I think when you change it up with your like body or physical appearance, whatever it is that you want to be different, because everything, you know, you're looking like spiritually abundant, you're looking mentally abundant, but your emotions are out of whack and your body's out of whack. So you need to, like, you know, they're one and the same, you know, it's all connected. So when you start spending more time outside in nature, when you are more active, you feel more positive, and then your emotions calm down. And swimming is really, really good for anxiety, if it's anxiety or anything like that. Running's really, really good for like toning up your body quickly, you know. I will speak my mind and share my feelings confidently, knowing they matter and can impact others. Now, this comes up for Cancer a lot, you know, because you've got this harsh exterior that you come across very aloof, like you don't care, like you think you're better than other people. It's not the case, but you've got this very like hard, protective exterior. Inside, you're all mushy and vulnerable, you know, and I think you're feeling a lot more than what you let on. So it's okay to share how you're feeling with people. Okay, make yourself vulnerable, because possibly holding that in is sort of manifesting itself in your body, and then your emotions are like, you know, you need to like let it out, whatever it is that's been bothering you. People want to show up for you, and they enjoy to flex that muscle. They enjoy to play that role as a family member, as a friend, as a co-worker. They enjoy to show up for you. it's like a little opportunity to say like, hey, I care about what happens to you. Let me show up for you. You have to let people play that role sometimes, Cancer. Right, let's get you an essential oil. Lime purifies and alleviates overwhelming feelings. This is like freaky, like how much this matches up. Look, I will speak my mind and share my feelings confidently, knowing they matter and impact others. Lime purifies and alleviates overwhelming feelings. You can have it in a diffuser, you can have it in a cream, you can take supplements, you can cook with it, of course you can. And another one came out as well. Black pepper protects and promotes honesty. Black pepper for honesty. Protects. You know the story of the crab, like the myth behind it, is that it's got this tough exterior and it's brave and it like clings onto Orion and Orion kicks it off and it ends up in the stars. Like, it's a really nice myth behind it, Greek mythology, but lime and black pepper. That's actually like, that's overwhelming, like how well that goes together. Let's get you a self-care wisdom card. You have intention. What if the only resolution you made was to love yourself more? Wow, you know, like, I think sometimes people don't want to share how they're feeling because it would mean being vulnerable, and then someone might take advantage of that, or they might view you as less, or you think your job is to be strong for everyone all the time. It's not. Like I said before, like, people enjoy that reciprocal give and take, like, especially if you find that you've been there for them previously, they want to do the same for you, and it actually inhibits maintaining friendships and relationships with family members, co-workers. You inhibit it when you don't allow people to show up for you. They don't feel like trusted, they don't feel valued, they don't feel like close to you. So you can do a lot of damage if you don't let people show up for you. It damages you because you have to keep being strong alone and putting up a facade, but it stops people. You're not allowing them to be there for you and fulfill that role of friend or fulfill that role of, you know, colleague or confidant, whether it's a partner or whoever. Love yourself enough to admit when you're upset, to admit when you're tired, to admit when you're, you know, in need of a cuddle, to admit when you're doubting yourself. Like, love yourself enough to do that, because people will show up for you. All right, take care of yourself, Cancer, and we'll move on to Leo. Oh, thanks, Dad. Oh, just close the door. See what I mean about the Leo one? It's got like a black background. None of the other cards have that. It's inconsistent. Can't be having it. Okay. Leo. Let's see how you're doing. So I was just reading your comment again, Cheryl. I was watching a video, like a body language expert, and he was talking about Harry and Meghan. That's in the royal family. But yeah, apparently someone commented that when King Charles fell off his horse during like polo or something like that, Harry smirked and Meghan laughed. And Harry is, someone that basically, like, Kate was very concerned and, like, it's like a natural response. And apparently, like, sociopaths are people that lack empathy. So they'll quickly, they'll at first, like, the first reaction will be like something that lacks empathy, and then they'll quickly check their behavior and change to like the expected behavior and show concern. Whereas like a narcissist, will just kind of like laugh it off, and like that's like Meghan. Apparently everything has to be about her, and like I don't know, like, I think it's kinds of people, they say, like, psychopaths are more violent, they lack empathy, but they're violent, they're like killers. Harry and Meghan aren't that, but they're definitely, like, very different, aren't they? And, like, people do seem to be attracted to one another. Apparently, like, narcissists they can have some level of empathy, but they need their source. So whether it's like money or fame or status, they have to have their source, and if they're getting that, they'll stay in the relationship. So he must have some elements of, Harry must have some elements of that to stay in the relationship, because what is he getting out of it? It's not genuine love, like you can see that from the way that they're together, but he must get something out of it. I don't think he's a total victim. But it's very interesting to watch. It's just making me think about what you said about your son. That's very upsetting, like when people let you see your own grandchildren. That's awful. I'm very sorry to hear that. One day they'll be old enough to override whatever their parents are doing right now. But yeah, there's different ways to handle those types of people as well. Very, very interesting. I think he's called the Body Language Guy. You might already follow him. Okay, spirit guides, the universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Leo's highest good. How is Leo's mind at the moment? Oh my god, it was straight out. Nine of Swords upright with the Six of Swords reversed. There's a lot of pain, fear, and anxiety about something that's unfinished. We can't let something go. Okay, it's mentally very, very taxing, mentally draining to be distressed, anxious, fearful all of the time. That's what that Nine of Swords is about, and the Six of Swords. It's a lot of swords. It's mental activity, fears, stress, worries. What about your emotions? The Eight of Cups upright, walking away from a connection and relationship with someone. Knight of Pentacles, feeling more abundant and stable, secure, generous because of it. Justice reversed. Something very unjust. Five of Swords reversed, not wanting to argue. Rewards, Seven of Pentacles, reflection. Taking stock. Emotionally, you could find yourself having to let something go, walk away, end, a connection, a relationship, a bond, a tie to someone that you really have loved. Oh, it's not King of Pentacles, it's Knight of Pentacles, isn't it? Knight of Pentacles is wanting to invest time, money and energy in something. We've got the Justice reverse. There's an imbalance. It's unfair. The Five of Swords reverse, not wanting to argue, not wanting to fall out. Reflection. Yeah, I mean, that resonates, doesn't it? Something's very tough and it isn't right and it isn't fair, but you may just find that you've got to detach for now. It's difficult, isn't it? Let's get one for your connection to spirit, your wisdom and your intuition. The Six of Cups upright. Very connected with spirit at the moment. You're following your gut. A beautiful relationship with the divine. Beautiful. This is soulmates energy with the divine. You're able to trust your gut at the moment over something. Queen of Cups upright, really, really nice card to have for body. Okay, so your body, which is your physical health, your physical appearance, kind-hearted, you're being kind to yourself at the moment. You might be taking it easier. You might be having more positive self-talk. You could be treating yourself better. Trying to just do things like get more sleep, get more exercise, change up your routine. Tell yourself that you look great for your age, that you are a fantastic person in terms of what you look like, in terms of your health, you're doing well, very, very positive. The area you need to work on is your mind, okay? Your mind is the master of you at the moment. Try not to spend every waking hour, worried about what's going on, about what's gone down. Get some mental space because you're going to get really mentally fatigued off that. It is what it is. Other people are going through exactly the same. Other people have been through exactly the same. There's documentaries about it. There's YouTube videos about it. There's forums about it. And you will be able to hear what other people did, how it went, how they fixed things, how long it took. But you also need to You need to know that it's not your fault. And you need to make sure that you have escape from reality sometimes, okay? So that you go on holidays, that you watch comedians, that you watch funny comedies, that you watch, action movies, adventure movies, like spend time with good friends, do hobbies that you feel fulfilled by. You need mental space, okay? So be disciplined with yourself and only allow, it is something to worry about, it is upsetting. You're allowed to be upset, but you don't want to be upset. That's not good for you. Okay, you're going to get really, really drained really, really quickly. And if you can't switch your brain off, if you find yourself anxious 24/7, you might be having anxiety attacks, panic attacks, then you go and you get, you go to the GP and you get that sorted with whatever they recommend, okay? Because you need your sleep, you need your rest. There's no escape from your problems when you are in a state of fight or flight 24/7. That's chronic stress and it has really bad effects on you. So, if that's the case and you cannot stop thinking, you can't switch your brain off, go to your GP. But your body, looks really, you look like you're really taking care of yourself in your physical health. Your connection, like your intuition's on point, your connection to the divine. I do feel like you're separating yourself emotionally because mentally you're just done. You're just absolutely done. For right now, I think it's right to relinquish this and, surrender it to the divine. Let's get you a positive affirmation. Whatever I do, the process is the most rewarding part. You could apply that to literally anything, couldn't you? That's the beauty of that phrase. Whatever I do, the process is the most rewarding part. In life, we sent many challenges and hardships because the most growth that we do is during those periods. If everything was fine and perfect all the time, we wouldn't change, we wouldn't grow, because we wouldn't have any motivation, we wouldn't have any incentive, we wouldn't have a need to be strong. It's through the darkness, it's through these hard times that you find out what you're made of, and you learn to be resilient, independent, to broaden, yourself, to be flexible, to have an open mind, to see, zoom out and see the much bigger picture, think that things could be very different in a few years. This is just right now. For my own benefit, I need to focus on my hobbies, I need to focus on my body, I need to focus on my mental peace, I need to focus on, I deserve X, Y, or Z, I'm going to go for a walk. Take it a step at a time. I need to reach out to my friends, I need to connect with other people who are experiencing the same things as me. You can totally do this, you've got this. Things change, people change, and that's a good thing. If things are shitty at the moment, the fact that change is inevitable is, it's very comforting, actually. Okay, take care of yourself. I'm gonna get you an essential oil for healing, and I'm gonna get you a wisdom card. Myrrh, okay, that's the first time this has come out. Soothes, comforts, and brings transcendence. Oh my goodness me. How well does that go with whatever I do? The process is the most rewarding part. It's like exploring religion. You're never going to unlock all the secrets of religion in a day. Like, you're supposed to spend your whole life soul searching. You're supposed to spend your time as a human being. You're a spiritual being, have a human experience. Like, you're supposed to wonder, you're supposed to ask why, you're supposed to have challenges, you're supposed to. Do you know what I mean? Because it's in these moments that we find ourselves and we start to paint and we start to watch tarot and we start to read, you know, whatever it is, like scripture that we like of the religion that we discover, or like it's in these times that we, you know, reach out to friends or meet people that have been through the same. It's all in the process, it's happening, you know, and it's unfolding like it's a story. It's a lifetime, you know, it's not a day. So try to go with the flow, take it in your stride, pull your punches, you know, only fight the battles that you know you can win. Don't try to swim against the tide and all the rest of it, you know, just baby steps, okay? Myrrh soothes, comforts, and brings transcendence. I love that. So you can have that in a diffuser. You can have it topically in a cream. You can take supplements of myrrh. I didn't think that was right. I mean, I only know it from the nativity play. But obviously it's a very important thing, myrrh, you know, to be traded all over the world. Very precious. Okay, so let's get you a self-care wisdom card. Right, so you've got a few cards that Spirit's pulled for you. You've got beauty. Today you are you are a curator of beauty. You are blessed with moments that let you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that all is well in the world. Oh my God, that's beautiful. Today you are a creator of beauty. You are blessed with moments that let you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that all is well in the world. That's so nice and like reassuring, isn't it? Action. Baby. Did I not say baby steps before? That's freaking me out. Baby steps are still steps, and they're better than standing still. Okay, just start whatever it is that you need to do to take care of yourself, to be resilient, to stay, you know, in good health, in good nick, so that you can be there, you know, when people do want to see you, when you know, do get to have the dream life that you want. You got to take care of yourself now so that you can do that. Rebel, look at this. It's time to celebrate the fact that you don't fit in. Stand on your own 2 feet. I feel quite emotional about that, and I'm not a Leo, but just I feel very clairsentient at the moment. Just with this particular reading, it's time to celebrate the fact that you don't fit in. Stand on your own 2 feet. You can have a full life, a very abundant life, you know, whether things are how you want them to be or not. Things will change, things will get better, they will. Change is inevitable, but you have to find a way to be happy with who you are, how you are, you know, and that comes from, you know, crossing things off the bucket list, things you've always wanted to do, allowing people, you know, to spend time with you, making sure that you find hobbies that just feed the soul, like food for the soul, very, very important. You're not just someone that cooks and cleans, you're not just someone that, you know, washes clothes, you're not just someone that goes to work. You are a very full human being with very rounded interests, and it's very important to keep exploring and finding new things that make you tick. Very, very important to do that. Otherwise, what's the point? Do you know what I mean? And your problem solving increases the more creative you are. Surround yourself, you know, with different textures, colours, patterns, materials, media, like music, sounds. Like, just immerse yourself in different places and do some different things, change it up. It's all beneficial, you know. You'll find your tribe and it'll strengthen you, like I say, for when things are better. Right, take care of yourself, Leo, and I'm going to go on to Virgo. Please don't forget to give this reading a like, share the channel, subscribe, follow, repost, and I will see you in the next one. Hi, Rosie. Oh, that's nice. Virgo. I think that's the nicest Virgo card that I've seen. Hi, Pima. Or Annie. Hi, Marianne. Okay, spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Virgo's highest good. How is Virgo's mind at the moment? How is Virgo's mind? Five of Pentacles, upright. Okay, so you could be feeling a lack of money, time, or energy from the universe, from someone that you know. You could just feel like a sense of lack at the moment, and it could be plaguing you a little bit mentally. What about your emotions? Three of Cups reversed. You feel like people are not cooperating with you, that they're not on board, that there's poor partnership going on, poor teamwork. It could be pissing you off a little bit. Virgos love to manage. You're perfectionists. You'd rather do it yourself than have someone do it, you know, like poorly. But sometimes I think you can be a martyr, and I think you can do everything yourself because you want it, you know, you want it done your way because you've got high standards. But then it's like you get exhausted, do you know what I mean? And it's like you almost like create a rod for your own back. What about wisdom and intuition? How is your wisdom and intuition at the moment? Five of Swords reversed. I mean, Five of Swords upright is conflict, it's disagreements, it's like verbal arguments. This is not wanting to argue when it's reversed. It's not wanting to fall out. So I wonder if you're avoiding temptation or trying to be a good human at the moment and not, you know, receive bad karma, not wanting to say hurtful things or argue or like be vindictive, because I think Virgos can be, you can hold a grudge, you can be a bit spiteful, but you're trying not to do that at the moment. You're trying to be on best behaviour, I think. You're very intellectual and you're very, you know, like sapiosexual Virgos. Like, you're very intelligent and you need someone to keep you on your toes. And I think occasionally you push it too far and you can upset other people by putting them down, by being a bit too fast, a bit too witty. You're trying to be on best behaviour, I think, at the moment. Let's have a look at body. Full moon, harvest time. Okay, so it could be a very emotional time at the moment. I mean, Virgo, you love to reflect, you love to be in the moment. You know, you're an earth mother. You love to connect with nature. You might be kind of like stopping and smelling the roses, taking it all in. You know, you might feel like everything's heightened, like all of your senses and your ability to interact with the environment is heightened at the moment with that full moon card. Let's get you a positive affirmation. Hi, Jacinia. I am thankful for all that I currently possess. Okay, so practice gratitude, and that's really good advice, because this, like, you know, what's on your mind is like a sense of lack, and with abundance, it's very important to attract more abundance. You got to believe that more money will come. You have to believe that more love will come. You kind of like block the energy when you start to spend very, very frugally, or when you become someone that has a lack, you know, mentality, that you feel impoverished. It kind of like, it like lowers your vibrations, you know, and it doesn't really attract opportunity. When you feel optimistic, you put out CVs, you apply for jobs, you get a job, you know, or you go on supply, you get supply work, you get a job. You have to feel abundant to then act in a kind of way that literally increases your chances of being more abundant. You start a side hustle, you know, and eventually it pays off. Like, you partner up and it pays off. You, do you know what I mean? Actively start to think about different interests and what you might like to enjoy making money from in order to get more money. You start to, you know, stop for a little bit longer to chat to people rather than just say hi and pass them. If you want to make more connections, if you want to strengthen friendships or relationships or co-worker relationships, you know, you actually kind of like do something nice, go a little bit different in your strategy, and it shakes things up in you. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's what you put out, you'll get rewarded back from the universe. So it doesn't even have to be anything major, but it's enough to kind of shake up your routine. You know, also like see what situation other people are in and realize like you're not in a war zone, you are not terminally ill, you are not, yeah, it's all in perspective, isn't it? Sometimes this is a frame of mind, so be thankful for everything that is going well in life at the moment, and things will get better. Sorry, that belongs there. Let's get you an essential oil. Oops, I want that up there so you can read it. I can hear my mum laughing in the other room. Okay, this is Vetiver. Comforts fears and restores spirits. How well does that go? You can put it in a diffuser and you can use it topically in a cream. I've ordered some of this because it came out for the Taurus read last week. Restore spirits. Okay, things are going to be a lot better. everything's ebbs and flows, ups and downs. It's just the pattern of the universe, okay? So if you're in a low, you're about to go back into a high, okay? Do not worry about it. Let's get a self-care wisdom card for you, Virgo. Okay, we have got surprise and success. Okay, let's have a look. Release your expectations and be open to surprise. I love that for you. Because you're feeling, you know, a lack of love or time or money at the moment. Success. Today is a really good day. You're in the flow. Problems are solved quickly and easily. Helpful people show up for you and unexpected gifts fall into your lap. Oh my goodness. Okay, so good stuff is on the way. Just know that, okay? Act like everything's going to change really soon. Trust that everything's going to change really soon. Make sure you are happy, that you are fulfilled, that you're enjoying life, that you're planning some different things. If you're stuck in a mundane routine, plan some stuff to do to take yourself out of it. Because you can feel differently within 20 minutes, 5 minutes, half an hour. You can feel so different, honestly. Like, my friend booked for us to go and watch a comedian. It's not something I would have done, but she booked it, so we went, and I had the best night ever, and it was like, that's the best time I've had in like months. And yeah, sometimes all it takes is like the energy of a different person, spending time with them, or like doing something different in your routine, to feel so much more optimistic again, so much more excited about life. Like, just your mind's like the master of you sometimes. It's not good. You've got like everything's going to turn up, you know, for you, Virgo. So don't let that get on top of you. Okay, be the master of your mind, not the other way around. Okay, take care. Get some vetiver if you feel like doing that. If you like these readings, don't forget to give them a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost. Support the channel. And I'll see you in the next one. Okay, on to Libra. My mum laughing her head up. Any wishes that you've got, anything that you really want for yourself, it's Lionsgate on the 8th of the 8th. Mojo Tarot was in before and he reminded me. When I wanted my channel to start getting into the algorithm, okay, I asked the universe on the 8th of the 8th, and the next morning I had 2 new subscribers and people started watching my videos. I swear to God, nothing had happened for like weeks and weeks and weeks before that. So I made a video about it. I do believe in Lionsgate, okay? It means you can attract in whatever wish you want. So on the 8th of August, the 8th of the 8th, make sure you ask out loud what you want for yourself. What are your dreams? What are your wishes? It's just a time of year where you're particularly able to manifest, you know, really, really well. The things that you want, you can attract it. It's like a very magnetic time. It's like a kind of portal that's open. Okay, spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Libra's highest good. How is Libra's mind at the moment? How is Libra's mind? Ooh, exuberance with the Queen of Wands upright and the Seven of Pentacles rewards. So the Queen of Wands is someone who's very ambitious, goal orientated. You're welcome. Ambitious, goal orientated, confident, assertive, goal driven. A reflective energy, okay? Have I achieved enough? Or what do I want for myself next? So Libra, you could be in a state of like planning, in a state of like, you know, feeling proud of what you've achieved so far, because that Seven of Pentacles is upright. You know, what has been cultivated to date, like quite a lot of life lived, quite a lot achieved. Excited, you know, to keep planning and keep finding balance and equilibrium in order to shoot for the stars. That's what the Sagittarius energy is in this Queen of Wands. It's like, I want to achieve temperance. I want to find balance in my life so I can then set some more goals for myself, you know, and be the archer and go and get, you know, go out and get it done. Very nice mind at the moment. What about emotions? Ooh, Five of Wands, competition. You could feel like it could be internal conflict or external conflict. Like arguments or, you know, challenges, obstacles. Could be other people getting involved, sticking their nose in where it doesn't belong. Or it could be you feeling conflicted, literally like, do I do this or that? Like, yeah, emotionally you could feel like you're up against judgment from others, other people that, you know, also need to be considered, because you might have dependence, or you could feel like you're not sure about something. And it's causing emotions to be like very up and down. So whilst your mind is good, you know, I don't think it is internal conflict then, I think it's external. I think you're sure what you want, but there might be a lot of people with strong opinions, or a lot of people that you have to answer to, or responsibilities. Because your mind is quite clear, I think. Yeah, so Ten of Pentacles is the challenge. That is for your intuition, wisdom, spirituality. I mean, Ten of Pentacles is about lasting generational wealth. It's the long term. It's the goal that everyone's trying to aim for. It's two people putting their savings, their income together, you know, their love and trust together, and providing lasting generational wealth for their children, for their children's children, you know, to manage parents, pets, everything. It's security. It's lasting long-term security. I think you're worried about the future, and your intuition is a little bit wobbly over it at the moment. I mean, the emotions are all over the place. That would make sense that your trust in the divine, you know, and trust in the wider plan is a little bit wobbly as well. The Ace of Swords reversed, so something's foggy in terms of body. So you could find that you haven't exercised in a long time, you become lethargic, you may not be sleeping, something's off with your either your physical health or your appearance. You may feel like you're not sure how to dress at the moment, or I hate this, you know, like I go through a phase of having like a really solid wardrobe, and then something changes and suddenly I don't like anything that I've got, or I don't feel good in it, or like, it's normally when the season changes, it really like throws me off. And then I'm like, why don't I like any of the stuff that I've got? It happens like every time. Yeah, something's unclear, foggy. You may be feeling a bit lost when it comes to diet, exercise, or other aspects of your appearance. Not sure how to go about, you know, moving forwards. Oh my goodness. Listen to the birds. Let's get you a positive affirmation. The goal of action is not just success, but also progress. See, that tends to suggest, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what it's saying is like, Rome wasn't built in a day, you know, and so what other people view as correct or worth it, or the payoff was worth it or wasn't worth it, or, you know, we haven't got it all figured out just yet. So what? You're making progress. Do you know what I mean? It's about being patient and requiring others to be patient, like throw down the gauntlet and get people to back off if they're being too pushy. You know, if you're putting pressure on yourself, don't. Take the pressure off and take stock of everything that you have done in your life that is impressive, that's different to what other people have done, that's the same as what other people have done. Be realistic, you know, like not everyone else is having a perfect life. You've been through a lot, be proud of where you're at. You are making progress, okay? Let's get you an essential oil. Kaizen is about, you know, doing like 15 minutes of something each day. So if you're trying to learn a new language, if you just only thought about what it would be like at the end, you'd never start. You know, PGCE for teaching, really, really hard. Every lesson of every day is scary to do because you're getting observed every time. You're constantly receiving judgment. It's the same if you're like auditioning, you know, for something as an actor or an actress, or you're starting a new side hustle and the first opinion you get is a negative one. Don't listen to every little thing that people say, you know, don't allow anyone to knock you off your game. Don't be discouraged, because you're going to get better at it. You're going to get more confident at it, whatever it is that you're trying to do or trying to be. You are making progress, even if it feels like you're not finished. You're not a finished article. It doesn't matter. That's, no one starts off finished and it doesn't feel comfortable, but one day you will be, you know. Each day you're getting closer. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Look at this. Cassia provides courage and strength. You can have it in a diffuser, you can use it topically as a cream. You can... Oh, it's cinnamon, isn't it? Cinnamon sticks. I thought that last time. You can cook with cinnamon, obviously. And you can take supplements of cinnamon. Provides courage and strength. Lovely. Let's get a self-care wisdom card. Oh, optimism If you're going to make up stories in your head about people and circumstances, please make them love stories with happy endings. I wasn't expecting it to say something like that. If you're going to make up stories in your head about people and circumstances, please make them love stories with happy endings. Okay, so what that says to me is you could have got a little bit terse about other people and like a bit envious or jealous of their situations. You know, I'm not saying that you necessarily wished ill of people, but you might find it difficult to feel happy for them, or, you know, just kind of a bit like lackluster, you know, when receiving good news that other people have got to give you. Try to be optimistic, okay? Because if you recognise that other people are having good things happen for them, that means you're going to have good things happen for you as well. So see it like that, you know what I mean? Like it's perfectly understandable to get down or to lose faith or to become pessimistic, but you don't want to stay in that vibe. So be optimistic, good things happen to good people, you are a good person, and when someone tells you something good's happening for them, you're going to get your turn and it's going to be beautiful. So when you see other people having nice things happen to them, that's your confirmation that, you know, good things happen to good people. So that means good things can happen to you as well. That's really nice. I like this. I like this setup. Okay, take care of yourself, Libra. Get some cinnamon down you. I love cinnamon in mulled wine, do you? Oh, lovely. Not the right time of year for mulled wine, but cinnamon in lots of things. Put cinnamon in anything really, can't you? Okay, on to Scorpio. Here you go. Oh, cinnamon. Oh my God. Have you ever had Cinnabon? Cinnamon swirls. You could have cinnamon swirls for breakfast. You can tell I'm a Taurus because I'm obsessed with food. Oh dear. I'll never not be. I'll never not be. Hi, Fortunate. Macubela. Ooh, cinnamon and chai coffee. Nice. Oh, yeah, a spiced tea. Spiced tea would be really, really good. Right, stop it. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Scorpio's highest good. How is Scorpio's mind at the moment? How is Scorpio's mind? You're an Aquarius. Okay, well, that's coming up soon. Six of Cups. Have you got love on the brain? You're either in love with life or you're actually in love at the moment. You know, because this is about strong relationships, holding a person in such high regard that they're like family, you know, like when you've been in a relationship for years and you love and trust each other and just very comfortable together, you made lots of memories with each other. You know, it's nothing that you do to piss each other off. Like, you're very, very content with each other. Feelings of nostalgia, safety, security, beautiful, you know, beautiful soulmate energy. So you could be feeling like that, you know, about a person. You could be feeling your daughter Scorpio, she's going to the army in October. She's very moody. Why is she moody? Is she young? Because young people, I think, struggle with their emotions a lot, don't they? We always like expect people to be happy when they're young, but you should never expect, you shouldn't require anyone to feel like a particular emotion like all the time. It's not realistic. Yeah, she's young. I think it's like the living situation, isn't it? It's very, very difficult to live with parents and to live with teenage sons or daughters. Difficult at any age, but much easier once they've lived out and come back. It'll change. Six of Cups, yeah, it's a beautiful. So on Scorpio's mind is either being in love or just, you know, connections to people that they've known for many years, i.e. family. Let's get one for emotions. Two of Pentacles is about the juggler. It's trying to manage priorities. With the Queen of Cups, it's healing. It's being generous of heart, letting go of, you know, bitterness, resentment, you know, it's forgiveness. Emotion. See how there's like a large ship that's very like slow but powerful, and then there's a smaller ship that's fast but has very little firepower. It's like the eternal juggle, you know, with this infinity sign. There's different priorities, different responsibilities, and it's difficult. So it's like a bit of a battle going on, but trying to be positive, trying to be patient, trying to be, you take a breath and like breathe. If that was reversed, I'd say they're struggling and they're being negative, but I think it's upright, so it's like trying to be a better person and like overcome, you know, whatever these like responsibilities or priorities are, whatever these issues are that we're trying to manage. They're trying to keep that emotion steady, you know, not stormy, because that's a real battle, that. For example, trying to manage your health and your home, trying to manage your health and work, you know, or children and home, like children and work. It's like an eternal struggle, isn't it? And you're trying really hard to like not crumble, really, trying to stay on top of everything. I mean, successfully, I think. Let's get one for intuition, wisdom, spirituality. We've got Ace of Cups reversed. Oh, and the Sun reversed. there's a total lack of connection to spirit and, you know, destiny, fate, the bigger plan. You know, it's sadness, it's pessimism, it's being plagued with doubt. You know, the Sun card, when it's upright in the traditional Rider-Waite tarot deck, is a naked baby riding a horse bareback. With the sun behind them, and they got this big smile on their face because they're carefree, they're ignorant, they're naive, they're blissfully unaware of like problems ahead. I think here there's a sense of like impending doom, which is like we could put that down to teenage angst, you know, which is totally normal because everything feels so uncertain. You're so unconfident in yourself because the older you get, the more things you achieve, and then you get to look back and go, I've done this, I've done that, I've done that. When you're young, you haven't got any of that to kind of throw at anyone, or you can't flex in any kind of way. So you don't know if you're going to be able to do it or not, and it's scary. You know, and people think you're a jerk because you don't pay rent or you don't pay mortgage, but you can't because you haven't got income. So everything just feels like it sucks when you're younger. You know, it's the same like with your sexual prowess or masculinity. You feel like you've got nothing, no relationships that you've had yet to prove that you are, you know, this or that, or you're a good partner, or you're good in whatever way. It's very, very hard. So we have to remember as adults, that's what they're going through. Yeah, there's pessimism here. There's like sadness. Maybe a lack of confidence. They may be a bit withdrawn or isolated at the moment. It's like they don't trust their own decisions or something. Let's see what's going on with body. This one wanted to come out. Ace of Swords reversed. Okay, so there could be a Libra Scorpio cusp because that came out for the same part of the spread for Libra. Feeling foggy. Okay, so they could be feeling lackluster, you know, lethargic, not have any clear routine. Because when this is upright, it's clarity, it's the truth, it's confession, it's major revelation. It's having things clear, clarity in mind. When it's reversed, it's like, you know, like maybe there's no routine in terms of health or appearance. Maybe it's just random, you know, because I don't know, because I'm a Taurus, but I dress according to my emotions. So I'm very random with the things that I choose to wear. One day I'll be like quite chic looking, the next day I'll be in loungewear, the next day I'll be in sportswear, the next day I'll be quite, you know, artsy. It just depends and I change outfits by the hour as well, according to how I'm feeling. So it makes me think of stuff like that as well, like when you're just trying different ways of like looking or dressing to feel yourself. You know, it seems a bit unpredictable, a bit foggy, a bit random. Let's get a positive affirmation for Scorpio. Oh, I can overcome any challenge. I accept love and open my heart to those who are trustworthy. I don't know why, but I feel like this person very pessimistic and they're not believing in themselves, and then they also feel let down by something as well. And I just think it's made them feel a bit jaded, like it's taken that innocence away, which is a shame. It's like, you know, when you first love like just doesn't look at you the same anymore, and you realise that, like, that sparkle in their eyes, the way they used to, like, stare at you, like, hypnotised, has gone, and they just kind of look through you like it's not a thing anymore. You know that way that used to feel for you, like they're not in love with you anymore, and it's very sad to think that you've done nothing and someone could just stop feeling that way about you. You've done nothing to warrant it. You haven't changed. It's one of the worst aspects of life, I think, when that happens. But the good thing is, you know, you will fall in love again with someone else. But it's horrible that first time that happens. I'm not saying that that's what they've experienced, but they're definitely not feeling as childlike and innocent as they used to. Something has happened, some sort of experience on this planet has happened, or multiple experiences that's taken away that youthful optimism. Because that cup's empty, the Ace of Cups, and that's to do with self-love and being in love, and that's to do with being childlike and innocent. I can overcome any challenge. I accept love and open my heart to those who are trustworthy. But maybe someone broke their trust, or they placed trust in someone, you know, was poorly judged. At that age, it can be friends or, you know, boyfriends. Sometimes colleagues let you down in workplaces. That's another form of betrayal that you experience as a young human. That continues throughout life, doesn't it? Like, turns into a battlefield. It's the modern person's battlefield, the workplace. You got to watch your back for knives in it, you know. They're all learning curves. Right, let's get an essential oil. Oh, okay, we've got cinnamon. Why did the other card not say cinnamon and this one does? Maybe it's a different kind. Cinnamon protects and regulates. Oh, that's really going to help with this, like, self-love issue here. And this, like, lack of faith. You can cook with it, you can take supplements, use it in a cream or a perfume. You can put it in a diffuser. And then we've got juniper. Oh, promotes self-acceptance and defeats fear. Oh, you know, like when we're afraid of something really big that's about to happen to us, we tend to take it out on the people that we live with because that's our safe space and we can't help but change how we're feeling. It's overwhelming. So, yeah, we have to have some tolerance for people when we know they're about to go through something really big. It's a huge transition, that, isn't it, leaving home to go into the army. The transitions, this, you know, every child, every human being has been through multiple transitions and will continue to go through them as an adult. And this is one of those times. You know, I don't know why I'm thinking about this, but my first day at school, I was really pissed off. My mum says because Mrs. Keyworth, my reception teacher, we were having like a tasting day, and you were trying like different foods, and I wanted jam on toast, and she made me have honey on toast, and I didn't like it. Because when you're at home, you like parents like obviously can tailor everything to how you want. When you go into a class, you have to accept that there's only certain things, like certain options available, and they're dealing with like the masses. You're part of a cohort now. You know, you can't have things how you want them. You can't be an individual. You have to keep thinking about the cohort. So when I was a kindergarten teacher, that was the thing that was like the main learning curve for the like 3 to 4 year olds in my class was like, you have to all wait and you have to line up and you have to like, we can't just walk off. Like now that we're ready as an individual, we can't just walk off and go out. We have to wait for everyone to be ready. So like this is a huge deal, like to do something like that and go into the army where like you basically, you know, like your world is going to shrink, isn't it? And like your needs don't matter as much, and like, you know, it's a massive change of lifestyle and mindset. So I feel like these are really nice what Spirit's like offering. Promote self-acceptance and defeats fear. It is scary. People aren't the same person after doing stuff like that. Protects and regulates. You know what I've got, which is really nice, is I'll have to start wearing this. I got one of these. They're on like Amazon. And like the black beads are like, you can put like essential oils onto them so you can like smell it when you're wearing it. That might be quite a cute present to get to show her, like you're thinking of her or whatever. I don't have to do it, but it's just a nice thought, isn't it? I mean, that's another thing. She won't be able to wear stuff like that in the army, but they must have like a locker or something where they keep like, you know, like things that are important to them. I don't know. The calmer you are, the more time slows down and the easier it is to get everything done. Okay, so there might be a lot of preparations that need to happen. Might feel chaotic. Maybe that's what the fog is like, you know, like so much rushing around to do that it's overwhelming, trying to think of everything that needs taking care of. It's like a bit like moving abroad, isn't it? Like you've got to cancel certain subscriptions, you've got to like make sure, you know, appointments are arranged around, like, so, you know, so that it works. You've got to cancel certain things, like make sure you've got like the things that you need in place. Like being a thoughtful steward for the money you already have is the secret to creating more abundance. When you trust yourself to handle more, that's when more shows up. Yeah. Always having like some left over, not spending more than what you can afford to lose. Never lending more than you can afford to lose. Very, very, very difficult to have enough money when you're younger though. Like I just think it's down to circumstances. I never had money in my 20s ever, and I felt shit about it. I hated it, especially being a Taurian. But I realised that when you live together with someone, it halves the rent. When you live in a city, it doubles like your outgoings, and it's very impossible to save up. I learned that without a car, it's far more easier to save up. It's sets of circumstances. Yeah, you can't help not being in a relationship. It's very, very difficult for single people. And then, of course, if you're single, you want to live in a major city so that you're not lonely and whatever. But yeah, it's like, I think you just got to accept that in certain periods of your life, you're not going to have loads of income or loads of cash because you have to start from the bottom, right? You have to start. That's kind of has to be like a payoff for getting older. It's like you have more money, you have savings, you have like higher income. There's payoffs for getting older. It's not shit being older. It's well better. I would not be a teenager again for anyone. Not for anyone. Because it sucks. In every conceivable way. I love being older. I like it better and better each year. Yeah, so becoming responsible with money helps taking advice from adults around you, being able to have that dialogue about money is very important. If it always becomes stressful, talking about money, people won't do it and they'll hide their financial situation from you. Much better for children to be encouraged to discuss finances with parents, because they can be really good with advice. And often parents would rather lend you money than you get out a private loan. Or you know, I went and lived abroad, I was able to do that because my parents discussed giving me a deposit for a flat. I couldn't have done it otherwise, you know, and that ended up like doing really well, like where I was, and stayed out there for years, met like the love of my life. Like sometimes people can help you, and young people don't want to ask for help because they feel like it's greedy or they already get everything paid for. But it's not. You've got to speculate to accumulate. It's just, if your parents can help you, they might actually want to do that, but you feel terrible to ask, or like, yeah. It's difficult to talk about money. There's a bank advert that always says that, but it's very important to do it, because you can get yourself into a bad situation. I look, my financial advisors, or my parents' financial advisors, and I got really good advice about saving up for a mortgage and stuff like that that I wouldn't have got if we didn't feel comfortable talking about money. If I just tried to do everything by myself, I wouldn't be able to. I still have nothing now, and it's not the situation for me. So why settle for crumbs when you deserve a whole meal? Self-worth. There is an issue with self-love here, but it's going to change. Everyone's perception of themselves goes up and down. It's like, maybe you've always had an amazing body, you have a baby, and then you just feel terrible about yourself. Or maybe you've always had a great career, you have a baby, and then you feel terrible about yourself. You love your baby, but it's like, do you know what I mean? Like, you're the same person, you're still valid, you are highly valuable. You should be placing yourself up on a pedestal, but it's all like perception, isn't it? It's how we feel about ourselves changes all the time. You could be like the fat kid in school, and then you glow up because the baby fat goes as you go into your 20s, and then you become like the hot one, you know, like in your late 20s or whatever, and you're the one everyone want, like people are queuing up to like go out with you or whatever. Like, your perception of yourself changes. We need to remember that it's just a moment in time when we feel bad about ourselves and we're tempted to settle, or we're tempted to give people a chance that we're not really into, or, you know, take an option that we don't really want, like career-wise. Or it's okay, like it was a moment in time, you know, you're gonna bounce back. It's quite nice the way that like cup of hot chocolate is like showing up behind. It's a moment in time. One of the best things is going away from your parents and coming back, and them like having loads more respect for you. It makes you feel like they see you differently. They don't just see you as a money grabber, you know, a waif or a stray, or someone that's just like living off them. They got like full respect because other people who are total strangers have met you. They think you work hard, they think you are brave, they think you're strong, they think you're funny. You know, when you come home and you're older and you've done some stuff, your parents, your friends, loads of people, your siblings look at you differently, and it feels nice. You know what I mean? So like, it's good to go away and do stuff like live abroad, see the world, try working somewhere else away from home, because you get to come back and have everyone be proud of you and make a fuss of you. Do you know what I mean? It's nice. Right, so is there anything else that I need to do? I did the self-care one, but I've put it in a different place, haven't I? Why settle for crumbs when you deserve a whole meal? What was the other one? Oh yeah, it's about being responsible with money. And that one was, the calmer you are, the more time slows down and the easier it is to get everything done. Yeah. I have this thing where I constantly project like 5 years ahead or 10 years ahead. And if you always do that and you always like put pressure on yourself to achieve certain milestones by certain ages, it's really not good. You can wish your life away. Do you know what I mean? You can live miserably. Very easy to live miserably. Watch ants. They don't sit and hold their head in their hands and worry. Okay, they're just marching back and forth, diligently getting the job done, and they will achieve success. You have to do the same. If the human brain is allowed to take over, it'll tell you the worst things about yourself. It'll make you feel shit. It'll make you feel like, what's the point? If you listen to too much of the news, it'll make you feel like the same. Don't do it. Just do not do it. If you're diligent, you know, little by little, you will get the task done. So do not worry. Right, it's turned into like pure therapy, this. Alright, take care, Scorpio, and I will see you in the next one. Don't forget to give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel. A lot of what's coming out at the moment, it's the message is like, enjoy the process. We have to, life isn't about like the end result, it's about the process, being a human, being a, you know, spiritual being, having a human experience. You're supposed to think and know and learn and evolve and reflect a lot all day, every day. We're doing that, and it's, you know, that is like growth. That's serious growth. We wouldn't have any learning to do if we were just already finished products walking around, would we? Right, Sagittarius, let's go on to you. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Sagittarius's highest good. How is Sagittarius's mind at the moment? How is Sagittarius's mind? The Judgment, rebirth. Okay, there's a call to action. Sagittarius, you could at the moment, you could feel like called to take some sort of action, and that could be over any aspect of life, whether it's your career, whether it's your home, your body, your relationship, your kids, travel. You feel called to act over something, and it's taking a lot of mental, there's a lot of mental activity around that. I think you're going to do it. I think you're going to do whatever it is that needs doing. Right, your emotions are the Queen of Cups upright. So you're feeling very generous of heart, generous with emotion, forgiving, patient, loving, nurturing. It's a really nice energy. What about your connection to spirit, to the divine, your intuition? The King of Cups. That's really nice. So, you know, feeling like in life, you know, a bit philosophical, we got to take life's rough with the smooth, everything happens for a reason, you know, calm, taking things in your stride, patient. I think you feel optimistic, you feel like everything's going to work out in the end, you know. Let's get one for body. Very, very positive so far, Sagittarius. The Fool. Right, I'm yet to find an issue here. There could be something that you really want to do, something new, something different. Could be with your body, the way that you look, your exercise, your clothing, your hair. You might think, you know what, I've always been a blonde, I want to go brunette. You know, it could be something superficial like that, or it could be like, do you know what, I've always tanned, I want to start being natural, you know, or I don't know. I thought someone was knocking on the window, but it was my mum working in the garden. It freaked me out. It doesn't have to be anything that's superficial. It could be something like, do you know what, I want to start taking vitamins, or I want to be more consistent taking my medication. I want to go to the doctors and get something, you know, sorted. I don't know. Like, it's a leap of faith into a new chapter, a new way of being. It could be like, I want to change up my wardrobe. I want to do my hair differently. I want to work out, get a gym membership. It's something to do with body, something to do with your appearance, something new that you've been contemplating for a while. You're ready to take a leap of faith. You know, the dove is a very innocent creature, and in Greek mythology, the dove flies between two rocks that are smashing together. And, you know, and it just does it, and it doesn't worry about what's going to happen because it's naive to anything bad that could possibly happen. That's what the Fool energy is, okay? It's just do it. Nike, just do it. I don't take personal questions in lives, but you can, if you want a personal reading, you can buy one. It's £18 and I'll do 20 minutes for you. These are collective readings. If you do want a personal reading that's paid for and private, just for you, just your energy, the link is in my channel description. On YouTube. Some people are watching from TikTok. This is the most positive reading I've had so far. But I've just realised the Fool is 0, which is like a reset. It's like a new chapter. And the Judgment is like that energy as well, isn't it? And you've got the King and Queen of Cups, which are a matching suit for intuition and emotion. Interesting. Let's get you a positive affirmation. Hi, World Taco. I prioritise my health and well-being. Well, look, that's answered our question. For body, we're going into a new phase where we prioritise our health and our well-being. Okay, so that's no longer like a question mark to me now. You've been putting your health last, you've been putting your well-being last, well, not anymore, okay? Let's get you an essential oil to kickstart your healing. That was straight away. Myrrh soothes comfort and brings transcendence. Very nice. A lot of things that you can do for your body, the way that you interact with Earth and its magnetic fields, its sound vibrations, light and dark, use the senses. Your body is full of nerve endings, it's full of sensory receptors. So it makes complete sense that you partake in activities in certain environments to affect your mental health or your physical health. Like, if you go to a sound bath, you're lying down, you're relaxing, you do nothing but let the weight of the earth carry your body, and people step over you with sound bowls, like Tibetan sound bowls, and you feel the vibrations pushing out negative energy from your body. It's very relaxing. They dim the lights. If you go to a spa, it's warm, you've got warm hands, warm oil, your body's getting soothed, all the aches and pains are going away, your skin's being like stroked, and your bones, everything, your circulation, your lymph glands, everything's being detoxed, taken care of, touched, moved, pulled, pushed, it causes tension release, and clears your brain and clears your body. What else? Yoga, hot yoga and things like this, the stretching, the discipline can make you have euphoric sensations, can make you have hallucinations that very I saw everyone as flapping eagles when I did hot yoga. When I did a sound bath, I was like a dolphin, swimming through the water. We're talking about higher levels of being, raise your vibrations, ascension, getting grounded, but getting onto a good I don't know how to. It's like your aura or something, like your energy, getting it aligned with Earth's magnetic field. I don't know. It's something I can't really put into words. I don't have the words for it because I'm not that knowledgeable about it, but I know what I mean. You come into alignment. It's like you're getting into alignment with being, rather than constantly intellectualizing everything or thinking everything out. It's like getting your body into a certain state. I don't know. So a bit of myrrh for that. Okay, we've got a lot of advice for you, Sagittarius. Friend. Be as good a friend to yourself as you are to others. I'm sorry, but how well does that go with I prioritise my health and well-being? Oh my god, that is weird. Be as good a friend to yourself as you are to others. You could have been overextending yourself previously, Sagittarius. And it's time to put yourself first. You got to learn to say no, or let other people take the baton. Sometimes, if a friend needs help, you could, just if you're overwhelmed, they've got other friends to give them the support that they need. It's not just on you. Reassess. You have the right to change your mind, okay? So if you've made plans with people, you're allowed to Oh, thank you, Mars Vlog soon. You have the right to cancel, okay? One thing me and my friend Amanda do is we always give each other a get out. So we say, oh, you still up for, you know, like whatever. Like we always like check the day before. And if we've made plans and like we're slammed with work or, you know, I don't know, it's that time of the month and I just don't feel like going somewhere, it's okay to say no. Do you know what I mean? And be like, can we move it to like next week or something? Because we know when we do show up, we have such an awesome time together. Like, it's never not a good time. And I would never want her to turn up, you know, spend time with me when it's not a good time for her. Like, when we do see each other, it's always good. So like you just think, well, okay, I'm a bit disappointed, but I'll wait. Sometimes I'm glad because I'm like a Taurus and I love to rest. But I know that we'll see each other another time or whatever. You got the right to change your mind. You're not a bad person, and it's just managing. You know, you are Sagittarius, so you are Temperance. Your major arcana is Temperance. It's about finding balance, because you can't be the archer and shoot for your goals and be successful, which is what you're driven to do as a fire sign. You're very much goal orientated, but you can't do that if your health is struggling or your mental well-being, your emotional well-being is struggling. If you're overextending yourself, it's no good. Do you know what I mean? So you need to give and take. Ease. Today I allow life to be easy. Oh, like it's okay to have days where you do like fuck all, just do nothing. You know, lie on the grass and just like feel the breeze on your skin. Like, I think trying to be mindful is very important, and mindfulness doesn't mean you got to meditate or do anything, but sometimes just lie there and let your body just be like an inanimate object. We haven't got to be productive and functional 24/7. We haven't got to. We're so used to doing that. It's okay to just be. Pretend you're a tree and just let like the leaves, the wind like push your leaves around. I don't know, like try and like look at nature and be like a part of nature, because you are. But I think we get so like existential and like wrapped up in our goals that we forget to just be, don't we? Our goals and our responsibilities. Today I allow life to be easy. Okay, so you might need to do this. Think about your health. If you are getting like older, if you're over 40, you know, people need to take it easier. They need to like really, really take care of their stress levels. It's not good for men or women, particularly men, to manifest emotional tension or stress in their bodies. It's really dangerous for your heart. It's dangerous for your circulation. Not good. Patience. It is safe to wait. What's that about? Okay. This is another one. This is a bit freaky, isn't it? They're all related. So not everything has to be done now or yesterday. Not everything has to be done now or yesterday. Okay, like in a career or in a life where you have many things to do, sometimes not all the jobs are going to get done, but you got to prioritize, and then there's certain things that you can do another day. Reschedule it. You know, if it's the dentist and it's not urgent, reschedule it, push it back. Calm. A breakdown is often followed by a breakthrough. Remain calm. That's happened to me before, you know. How to not make it a really long story, but previously, I thought I wanted something and then I didn't, so I had it undone. This is cryptic now, but it's not that cryptic really. To do with family planning, guys. And then whilst I was laid up in bed, I actually wrote a travel blog, and it helped me process everything I've been through, and I made money from it. Another example, coming out of a very serious relationship, job and living situation in another country, relocated back to the UK. One of my darkest years coming out of that, but I really got back into fitness, you know, to help me like mentally get through that. I prioritised my career to help me get through that. I met loads of new people along the way, that loads of souls that got me through difficult times, started new hobbies. It could be a really bad period right now, Sagittarius, but you're about to come out the other side, you know, smelling of roses, I promise you. Listen, people start to heal the moment they feel heard. Okay, there could have been arguments. Thanks for the loves, thank you. If you are struggling to get through to someone, maybe don't be hot-headed, and I'm not assuming that you are, but you may have a predisposition to move on quickly from an emotion, or try to be a fixer, or someone that has like maybe less of a capacity to just sit in the emotion than maybe an earth sign would or a water sign would. You know, air signs can be the same. They can try to intellectualize everything, try to weigh things up, overthink things, overanalyze things. But sometimes people just want to sit and say what's happened and then just sit in the emotion. People start to heal the moment they feel heard. Try to sit with whoever this is and just let them say what they've got to say, whether it's something little or something big, whether it's a few words or a whole monologue. Just let them say it and just be. You don't have to say anything back, you know. You don't even have to say anything back. Just be there. Physically be there. And let them break bread with you. Let them have a meal with you. Let them... I think what earth signs are really good at doing is just like almost like an electrical charge, you know, when it goes through an item and it gets earthed. We're very good at just absorbing the energy and not fueling it. Unless, of course, it's an argument and then we'll send you out of the park. Don't get into an argument with an earth sign. But if you're upset or you need to be heard, like over something you're trying to like divulge to us or disclose to us that's very personal to you, we can be lovely. So I think that's like, yeah, just be like, create a safe space. Unless that's about you telling someone else how you feel and that allowing you to heal. Maybe someone needs to listen to something you need to say to them. It goes both ways, doesn't it? Oh, look, speak up. Maybe it is that way. If you avoid conflict to keep the peace, you start a war inside yourself. No, this is about you needing to speak up. Sagittarius, is something you need to say to someone. There's something you need to say to someone to protect your own well-being. People start to heal the moment they feel heard. A breakdown is often followed by a breakthrough. Remain calm. You're going to have a very exposing conversation, something that it is safe to wait. Be as good a friend to yourself as you are to others. You need to say your piece to someone. You need to let them know how you're feeling, what you're experiencing, how things are affecting you. Maybe they've been too much like taking you for granted, or making it about them all the time. Maybe they've got a victim mentality, or maybe they just assumed that you're like fine because you're a fire sign, and mostly you are, but you're being told to speak up about something. If you don't tell people how you're feeling, if you don't get things off your chest, it's going to make you unwell, Let's leave that there. I prioritise my health and my well-being. This is turning a brand new leaf. Okay, you're going to start speaking up and saying how you feel. And it could be to one particular person. That's what the judgment is about, isn't it? That call to act. It's been on your mind that you need to say things that you've not been saying to people. Oh my god, I love that. That was like a Rubik's Cube. Okay. Take care. Make sure you follow all advice. You're in good company with the universe. I love these cards, these are brand new. It's the self-care wisdom cards. Off Temu, obviously. Everything's off Temu that you can see here. Okay, so next it's going to be Capricorn. And then we'll be going on to Aquarius and Pisces. Which way does that go? That way. Okay, on to Capricorn. In you go. There we go. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Capricorn's highest good. How is Capricorn's mind at the moment? How is Capricorn's mind? Temperance reversed. Okay, so you could feel like you've got a lot rushing through your mind at the moment, a lot of thoughts. Or you could feel very vague. It depends, okay? It depends what your situation is. If you're poorly, you can't, you know that cotton wool? People say like cotton wool head, like woolly headed, like you just can't like focus, problem solve, you can't stay on track with your thoughts. It's just groggy. What you could feel overwhelmed, you know, and have a lot of intrusive thoughts. Could be the opposite. It could be like just way too much going on, too much mental activity going on. Okay, in your emotions, you've got the Ten of Wands, which is being extremely challenged, tired, burdened, weighed down. It's carrying way too much weight, okay, for a really long time. So being really emotional, you know that feeling when you've been crying your eyes out over something and you're all like shaky and trembly, like your nervous system's shot. It's absolutely shot, isn't it? And you just feel drained, like you haven't got a drop of energy left. I feel like that is like how your emotions are at the moment, like nervous system is just shot. Page of Cups reversed for spirit, wisdom and intuition. Page of Cups upright is wanting to share emotion, you know, any kind of emotion. Doesn't have to be happy, it could be an apology, expression of emotion. Okay, if you don't want to express emotion, maybe it's because you feel like it's a waste of time, in which case I would take this as a bit of pessimism over like fate, the divine, religion, whatever it is that you believe. I think you've lost some faith at the moment, some sort of like hope and optimism. Your body, we've got the Six of Swords reversed. There's some sort of old habit that needs to be drop kicked. Because the Six of Swords upright is, you know, moving on, moving forward, leaving the past behind. You see that he's in the boat, making his way across the water, finding a new direction. This is something, you know, like an old way of being or an old route or something that used to happen that needs to stop. So I don't know if that's a habit, you know, being a bit too lazy, being a bit overactive. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Different way of dressing, you know. People get stuck in a rut, don't they? And there's some people change the way that they appear like constantly, and it's like, do you even know who you are? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about opposites now. It's okay to be somewhere in the middle and change things up occasionally, but you don't want like to not know who you are. You got to fly a line and find your vibe, haven't you? But there's something, I don't know if it's an eating habit, a drinking habit, drugs, exercise, something superficial like clothing, hair, skin, I don't know, something you used to do or have always done needs to stop. We need to find a new strategy, a new way around it, Capricorn. Okay, so let's get a positive affirmation. And it could be a habit because we've got this bit of pessimism here. We've got a lot of emotional burden. So like I overeat and overdrink when I'm very emotional. If it be broken up with and I'm heartbroken, I won't eat like barely anything. You know what I mean? But that's the only thing really puts me off food. The rest of the time, if I'm tired because of work, I think, well, I've worked hard, so I need to reward myself. I don't know why I think like that. It's just what I do. People do different things, don't they, to like deal with, like, cope with stress and strain and extra burden. So it's something you need to check yourself. I will speak my mind and share my feelings confidently, knowing they matter and can impact others. I will speak my mind and share my feelings confidently, knowing they matter and can impact others. On your mind, Capricorn, there's a lot of there is a lot of thoughts. You're having a lot of thoughts and not expressing them. My feelings matter and can impact others. Yeah, whatever it is that's making you emotional, you need to talk about it, because that's how, that's how you end up changing the bad habits, and that's how you end up regaining your faith. Is something needs to be spoken about, shared, because it's the emotional burden is causing like these coping mechanisms that are not healthy, that could be quite long running. It's a bit of a cycle, isn't it? I mean, everyone has different coping mechanisms, and they're harmless if it's just for a while and you can check yourself and get yourself out of that mode. That's okay, but it seems like this could have been going on for a bit of a while. Okay, so a nice essential oil for you is clary sage. It balances and clarifies. Very, very nice. It works in a diffuser and topically. Don't try to eat it. Let's get a self-care card. Oh, thank you for sticking in and waiting, and thank you for saying that you just like listening to my voice. That's very nice. Okay, steady yourself with simple rituals. Do the dishes, fold laundry, water the plants, make a cup of tea. Let wisdom sneak up on you. I gasped because you could be a cusper, you could be a Capricorn, Sagittarius cusper, because the message was the same. It was like, put your own well-being first, okay? But this is a bit more like, it's not just about speaking your mind. It's like when you need to problem solve, when you need to find your way around something. The answers come to you when you're doing these kind of like practical activities, because you're using like different parts of your brain. My mum's a Virgo, and she does this. She does a lot of chores and things, and then the answers like randomly come to her. She's very, very clever. But it's when she's doing all this busy stuff, and then she sits down and stops, and then she thinks of something, some sort of solution, and it's possible to do that. It's possible to distract yourself. Something's, rushing through your mind. You're worried about it. Sometimes you need to stop thinking, because it's like when you're trying to write an essay and you've read, like your first draft that many times that you're like, I don't know what anymore. I'm seeing double. I can't. There's no way I could possibly improve this situation by constantly going over and over and over it. I need to move away from it, step away. Sometimes I do that when I'm trying to plan lessons. I've got no inspiration. And it's not like chill. Sometimes it's worrying, because you might be getting observed or something like that, or just want to do your best for the learners. There's nothing worse than feeling like you've let the kids down, by doing a poor lesson. So if I think, do you know what, I just can't get my head together, I'll go for a walk or do something practical. And then it's like I've calmed down, so the cortisol's dropped, so I can actually problem solve again. Whereas when you get yourself into a flap, the cortisol increases. You know, your brain's like completely bombarded by stress, and you can't like perform like that. So yeah, you're being asked to do like little rituals, little things that distract your body, let yourself calm down, come back to it, park it, come back to it later, because you can approach it with like a fresh angle. Do you know what I mean? Can't really tell you any better than that. Okay. All right, Capricorn. So, okay, find some little rituals. Okay, whether it's going out for a walk, doing a bit of gardening, doing a bit of cooking, go making some pottery, read for a while. Maybe not read. I wouldn't say like something intellectual. It'd be like something practical, wouldn't it? But something monotonous where you haven't got to think, even if it's housework. Go away from the situation, leave whatever room you study in or work in. Creating, you know, move away from it, change of environment, change of scene, go out for the day. You might think, well, how can I justify 5 hours out on a day out when I've got like an hour of work to do, and I could just sit and you know, have 5 hours to do it? No, because you've got yourself into a block. Do you know what I mean? So you need to go out, totally detach, and then come back to it, and you'd probably be far more efficient. Okay, so take care, Capricorn. Onto Aquarius. In you go. Oh, I like that. I read I watched a video and also read that someone's like, it was like a huge fish, like a koi carp or something, like heavy. It jumped out of the like pond and landed on the water. Like apparently fish do that, and someone commented on the video because it was filmed like doing this. The woman caught it and threw it back in. She somehow like caught it and threw it back in. Well, someone said their goldfish jumped out of the tank and lay there on the like floor of the kitchen and somehow survived. Like overnight, they were able to put it back in. So like what we think about some things, like what we think is possible, is so limited compared to what's actually possible. I don't know why I feel the need to talk about that, but the picture, I love like using different tarot cards and stuff because the pictures make you think of different things, don't they? Nature's amazing, I think. If you'd have told me as a little child that frogs can stay frozen in a lake, you know, like cryogenics, and they come back to life, like the heart rate's just so super slow. They can come back to life like once the ice is thawed. That's just bizarre to me. Like, but nature never fails to amaze, does it? Like, it's a wonderful world. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Aquarius's highest good. How is Aquarius feeling in their mind at the moment? How is Aquarius's mind? No, you're an air sign. You are a thinker. Okay. Let's have a think about your mind. Queen of Swords reversed. If the Queen of Swords was upright, I'd say it's someone who's very intellectual, someone who's confident in what they know. They like to share what they know. They're a fantastic communicator, writer, speaker, researcher, very good at relaying information to others, like teachers, mentors. All about fairness, all about community, helping others. A love language of an Aquarius is acts of service, helping others. When that's reversed, it's like in your mind, maybe you don't feel like you've got the words, or you haven't got the solution to something, or you don't know enough about a situation. This kid's running past outside. Maybe that's a bit of clairaudience there. You need to be more childlike, playful, and you'll get the right words, you'll get the solution, a bit like writer's block. Right, emotions, 7 of Wands. So this is a defensive energy. Yeah, I'm Libra moon, so I have to see both sides of everything, which is great as a geography teacher or history teacher or a lawyer, or do you know what I mean? Mediator or something like that. But sometimes you just wish your brain would turn off, right? You just need it to just turn off. Self-defense could be feeling combative, competitive, defensive, like you need to protect yourself, shield yourself, with the 7 of Wands. Emotionally, you're under attack. Seems linked, doesn't it, the mind and the emotions. What about connection to spirit, intuition, wisdom? Five of Wands, conflicted. You could feel like there's internal conflict or external conflict when it comes to your intuition. For example, if you believe in tarot but other people don't, if you're an optimist but you're surrounded by pessimists, that's very, very difficult. If you have one opinion and everyone else has a different opinion, or everyone's arguing with each other, or it could just be internally you don't trust your own judgment on something. Because this doesn't have to be external people, it could be your feelings within yourself very conflicted, or you don't trust your judgment. Because I'm thinking about spirit and intuition, your third eye, your gut, trusting your gut instincts on something. I think you're doubtful about trusting your gut on something. You're defensive. For body, we've got the 10 of Wands reversed, so dropping the burdens in terms of body. So in terms of your taking care of your wellness, your physical health, you may have found some sort of outlet recently that helps you to drop the weight, to drop the burden. Like an outlet, or when you get a power up because you've started working out again. I've started running again recently, and something about that action, the running, the motion of your hip flexors, your joints, I don't know, it just makes you feel, I think it's a very primal thing, like when your body feels stronger, you feel like you can cope with stuff mentally, and I think that men like really operate that to their like fullest. I think they almost overdo that, you know, at the gym, and like it's like constantly like hours and hours in the gym, but maybe they're like struggling and they're just trying to mentally like build themselves up against, you know, all the things that are a threat throughout the day, like colleagues that are annoying, or, you know, nightmare boss, you know, feeling like you got a demanding girlfriend or partner, feeling like your family are on your back about something, you know, maybe like work's really taxing, or, you know, I don't know, whatever people worry about. um it's strange, you often feel like more clear, more stronger, like physically less under threat, and that helps with emotions a lot, helps mental health a lot. um you might have some sort of discipline that you like, you know, like the way people do like capoeira or like taekwondo, or could also be something, you know, like skilled that you do, like throwing pottery or painting, or um, woodwork, you know, like Mojo Taro was talking about doing woodwork earlier. Like there could be something that you do with your hands that you're really, really skilled at, and it requires a lot of focus. Um, I don't know, like gardening is another one, a really, really good outlet. Let's get you a positive affirmation. The person I should compare myself to is the one from yesterday. It took me a minute to like work out what that means. The person I should compare myself to is the one from yesterday. You're changing and improving all the time. Don't be so harsh on yourself. Don't feel like, you know, like when I worked in children's services, we always used to try to measure the distance travelled, the journey that's being made with families. Any tiny thing, like if I managed to get a child off a bottle because they were like 2 and they'd never been weaned, you know, I got them eating grapes. You think it's nothing, but that's going to affect that child's vitamin levels. It's going to affect their development in their muscles. It's going to affect, you know, stimulate their brain. Um, it's going to help, you know, maybe help mum to feel like more optimistic. It's going to educate, you know, like other people that see that child eating that different food, like that then affected, like it affected the family, it affected the people around the family. I did other stuff as well, it's not just about the grapes, but like you know, the head of services like said that that justifies you know, what great things early years workers are doing with local families, and that children's centres should remain open. You got a special mention from the head of services in front of like many hundreds of people, because we were putting case studies together, which I can't take full credit for, but I was part of. Tiny things that you do, or they lead to big changes. Okay, that's what I want to say. Tiny little things that you do lead to massive changes. So there's no way that you are even the same person today as you were yesterday. And it doesn't literally have to be yesterday, it could be 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. You know, some things will have changed and got not as good, but there'll be things that you have done today that make you a better person than you were yesterday. And there's always a chance to do that. I used to say that to my year 11s, like, say it to like every people of every age, like you don't have to keep being how you've been being. It's never too late to change. Tomorrow's another chance to be different to how you were today. You know. One thing's very clear, right, that we're all like way too hard on ourselves, like we really are. And it's the beauty of like, you know, innovation comes from necessity. Like we constantly innovate as human beings, but we almost get too ahead of ourselves. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, we're almost like creating problems for ourselves, I think, by trying to work too far ahead. It's good to make progress, but you don't want to torment yourself. That's like the opposite of hopeful, is it? Right, let's get an essential oil. Eucalyptus expands sense of freedom. That's really nice. Yeah, because with that Queen of Swords reversed, there's something mentally like really, you just feel foggy or unclear, you know, feeling insecure, feeling like overwhelmed, needing space with that shield, and like, you know, the sense of like not trusting your gut on things, not being sure what's going to happen. It all makes you feel very like, you know, that card 8 of Swords, like mental imprisonment, like you've imagined that there's no way out, but there totally is. Expands sense of freedom. Eucalyptus, that's nice. The person I should compare myself to is the one from yesterday. Yeah, get out of your own head. Don't be so damn hard on yourself, Aquarius. Decision. Oh my god. Sometimes the best decision is no decision at all. If you've been going over and over and over and over and over something, stop it. Just stop. Because you're not clear on what you want. You're not clear on how to proceed. So don't. Just drop it, okay, for another time until you are clear. At some point, you will get clarity, okay, on what you're going to do, what you want. Let's have a look at this one. Space. Oh my god, how weird is that? That's weird. Expands sense of freedom. You got yourself all tangled up and trapped like a fly in a spider web. The quality of your life has more to do with what you remove from your life than what you add to it. Give yourself the gift of space. Ooh, that's deep. That is deep. The quality of your life has more to do with what you remove from your life than what you add to it. Give yourself the gift of space. You might want to declutter. I know they mean like figuratively, but when you declutter, it helps to clear up your mind. It really does, because especially me, like I attach memories to things. So I clutter everything around me, and you know, I'm a creative, so it's quite chaotic in here, but I don't like it being messy, and I do worry about things, and then, you know, I avoid like tidying and organising stuff, but when I do, I find stuff that I've been looking for. And I do like have to do it like, I don't want to say sporadically, what's the word? Where you wait certain periods of time and then do something, and then you wait certain periods of time and do something. I don't know. I'll find the word in a moment, but periodically, I have to do it periodically. I can't declutter constantly because I'm not ready to. I'm not ready to emotionally declutter. I am very attached to the past, very attached to certain things because the memories that are attached. So I have to periodically, you have to wait like a year or 5 years, depending on what it is, depending on what the item is. 5 years, 10 years sometimes, and that's really bad, but then I'll let go of it and it doesn't hurt me to let go of it. Does that make any sense? I have to wait until I'm ready to let go of it. If I throw something away before I'm ready, then I will live to regret it. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. I think that's why I spend so much time thinking about people from the past, you know, because it's like I'm not ready for them to be gone. Oh my god, we're getting a bit deep now, aren't we? Yeah. When you're ready, let go of stuff. If you're not ready, don't let go of it, okay? Because you might live to regret it. Sometimes the best decision is no decision at all. Let's leave it on that. Alright, take care, Aquarius. If you like this reading, please give it a like. Share the channel, share the video. If you think that you might know someone that would also enjoy it. Hoping to get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of the summer, that would be awesome. I started the channel a year ago. I'm up to 800, so that's very, very cool. Started off with 16 friends and family on here. Okay, Pisces. Right, this is annoying me more than it's annoying you, look. The S is missing out of Pisces. We're just finding errors and everything today, aren't we? I'm finding typos, I'm finding errors. I'm like, oh my goodness. Anyway, it's a beautiful card still. It's just something silly, it's not something to stress about. Would I feel like that if it was Taurus's card? I don't know. Probably not. Oops. Messed that up, didn't I? I have done Cancer. It's all on this live. I've just done one massive live, so just have to rewind. Do you know what? I'm just going to close a couple of windows. It's not that warm anymore. It's quite cold now. Okay, let's see what's going on with Pisces. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Pisces' highest good. How is Pisces' mind, please, at the moment? How is Pisces' mind? Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad it was worth the wait. Right, so in the challenge position for Pisces, we've got the King of Pentacles. Now, the King of Pentacles, when it's upright, is being able to provide, being very generous. Love language of all earth signs is to give beautiful gifts, okay? We like to gift ourselves. We love to gift others. Very, very generous. It's about the material world, like your 3D realities, you know, beautifying the home, making it comfy, making it stylish, making it, you know, not just a house, but a home, like full of interesting things. Not just the basics, but trinkets, you know, stuff that we just love to beautify, okay? Solid provider, a King of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. That's the challenge, okay? So at the moment, Pisces, maybe you are concerned with finances, and it could be to do with choosing decor. It could be something to do with job stability. It could be, you know, so it could be something more superficial, or it could be something very like foundational to your life. Let's see what other cards come out. It could be like, you know, what do I buy someone, you know, but depending on what the gift is and what it's for, you know, sometimes we worry about that loads. Or maybe you'd like to be able to spend more money, but you can't at the moment. Do you know what I mean? It could be like an everyday thing, or something superficial, or something foundational, like very, very important. Like work stability is like the most important, I'd say, isn't it? Income. And do I have a job next year, or you know, like something like that is horrible. Are you Native American? No way. That's so cool. Apache and Kickapoo, that's so cool. I love that. I've got some like really, really nice like trinkets that I wanted to get out for this like spread, but you know, I need to, and it's me talking about decluttering, I need to declutter my own room and find everything. I've got so much stuff, but I just love stuff. I'm a creative, okay? I need to be inspired. I like finding stuff that I've lost. I get to re-love it again. Justice reversed. Okay, so this is for emotions now. Justice reversed. There could be some sense of like a lack of fairness. It could be to do with work. It could be to do with gift giving. You know, someone is being, it doesn't have to be gifts. It could be like, I don't know why I keep going to that. It could be like, you know, bill paying is like unfair. Like the way that you split the bills or who pays for what has become unfair. Or, you know, maybe your partner got made redundant and that's on your mind or something. You know, something's unjust. Seven of Pentacles is like reflecting on the past, what's been cultivated so far, and it's more Pentacles energy. Knight of Swords reversed is an urgent message that hasn't been delivered, it's being withheld. Ten of Wands being dropped. Five of Wands upright. Okay, there could be arguments over money, or in a conflict where you're just like, this is not fair, but I'm not going to say anything because I mustn't. It's something to do with progress, you know, not being where you want to be financially. Something's been difficult and you're trying to drop the burden, but very, very difficult. Oh, Indian blankets. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, they are sunflowers, but they're so orange, aren't they? I wasn't like planning to buy them. I just bought them because I just couldn't have left them there. And do you know what? They were 4 for £4. That's not right, actually. There's 5 sunflowers for £4. They're too beautiful. It's more than £1. Do you know what I mean? It's so orange. Okay, let's get was that there before? New direction. Ooh, that's a bit. I think that's weird, isn't it? Why was that there? Because it was upright as well. Something needs to happen financially to get into a new direction, to be in a better position financially. Something needs to change. That's why we are reflective. Right, let's get one for wisdom, intuition, spirituality. Look, we've got a Queen of Pentacles now. Queen of Pentacles upright, very nurturing, nice provider. 8 of Cups, walk away. 6 of Wands, reversed. 4 of Swords, upright, recovery. 6 of Wands reversed is like failure to be recognised. 4 of Swords is respite, failure to be successful, failure to be recognised. 8 of Cups, leaving. Queen of Pentacles, nurturing. I mean, after failure, you tend to have a lack of faith, don't you? You tend to have a crisis of faith when you don't achieve something or you're unsuccessful in it, or you feel like perhaps there's a desire to be stable. Because that's what a Queen of Pentacles is. It's a stable, kind, giving, loyal, nurturing person, very, very solid. I think you're really struggling with your intuition at the moment, trusting your own judgment. Because that 8 of Cups is when you leave a relationship. So if you talk about your relationship with God or with the divine or yourself, it's like leaving that, emotionally walking away to become more practical. Because Pentacles are earth matters, money, finance, bricks and mortar, cars, jobs, status. This is earthly matters. This is practical. I need to be practical. I can't assume that everything's going to work out, that something's going to come up. It's a lack of faith and trying to be practical instead. Does that make sense? Let's get one for body. And on the mind, we've got practical matters, so. 5 of Swords reversed. When it's upright, it's arguments, it's conflict. When it's reversed, it's avoiding conflict. So you're trying to avoid doing anything that will be bad for your health, bad for your appearance. In terms of your physical body, your health, your well-being. Trying to avoid doing that, trying to be practical minded, Trying to be sensible in all aspects, really. But that's a bit depressing because you want to be able to dream. You want to be able to trust that everything's going to be all right. I get why you lose trust and faith if something's being unjust, something's being unfair. It's like, well, I'm not going to let anything go to chance anymore. I'm not going to dream anymore. I'm going to take control. I'm going to take the wheel. You know what I mean? I'm going to make it work. This time, I'm not going to leave anything up to others. Let's get you a positive affirmation. Hi. Hi, Yvonne. I focus my energy on improving myself as I cannot change others, only inspire them through my actions. Stop. That is like a spiritual mic drop, is it not? I literally just finished saying, I'm not going to leave anything up to chance. I'm not going to leave anything up to others. I can't just assume that this is going to work out. I have to be focused and practical. I focus my energy on improving myself as I cannot change others, only inspire them through my actions. Wow. Okay, let's get an essential oil. Okay, it's suggesting cinnamon because cinnamon protects and regulates. Okay, so we could have cinnamon in a diffuser. You can use it topically. You can take supplements, and of course you can cook with cinnamon as well. You can't change what others do, okay? You can motivate them by showing them your success, your determination, you taking care of business. That does influence others. It opens up people's minds. It gets them excited. It makes them envious. There's definitely a message about that here. Let's get a self-care wisdom card. See the way that flew out then? Time. Time spent worrying is time spent. To me, that's like, you know, like, say if you exercise because you've just had a breakup and you feel lonely and you think, well, at least exercise is going to nourish my body. At least, you know, even if I'm not hungry, if I eat some like nutritious food, you know, that can only help me to recover, like make me stable, make me strong, and give me energy to exercise. I keep, you know, getting better, like health-wise. It'll help me mentally, help my confidence go up. It's like, do things to be proactive, be practical, be proactive. If emotions are shitty, if we can't change what's happening to us or change what other people feel or think or do, we're just going to have to go back to basics. We're going to have to go practical. We're going to have to, you know, make sure that we keep going to work. Have a think about taking a course. Have a think about adding another skill or a trade. You know, starting a side hustle. Nothing like that can ever be bad for you. It can't be. Earning money, despite being heartbroken, cannot be bad for you. Eating and exercising cannot be bad for you. You know, like if you're doing it in a responsible way, stopping eating altogether is going to starve you. It's going to make you feel more emotionally distressed. It's going to make you look weak. You're going to feel physically weak. It's going to put other people off you. It's the same with overeating, you know, or anything that you do to excess is going to be negative. If you try to do practical things, yeah, when I went through an awful breakup, my mum's friend was like, "Oh, is she going to take some time off work?" No, I'm not going to take time off work. Like, I've got enough hours in my day feeling lonely. I don't need to stop going to work so I can have even more hours feeling lonely. That would be the worst thing ever. Are you joking? Are you for real? I need less time to think. So if I go to work and I get distracted and I get into what I'm doing, it passes the time, and time heals because you get new routines. You can talk to your colleagues about it if you trust them to do that. They can be there for you, it can bond you together. I help children for a living, so those children wouldn't get that help from me if I didn't go to work. Then I don't have money, then I'm just making more problems on top of other problems. Like, no, I'm not doing that because someone fucking broke up with me. Like, what are you on about? You know, you can be a victim or you can fucking fight for your life. Do you know what I mean? And if it means monotonously putting one foot in front of the other, do it, because you'll be glad you did it a year later, or like however long it takes you to get over whichever person it is. I'm obviously not talking about like someone I just dated for a bit. It was like a big, proper like relationship in my mid-20s. Very, very hard to get past. But you just gotta you gotta be practical, you know, don't sit and worry about stuff stupid amounts of time. Like, everything deserves a bit of reflection, everything deserves a little bit of taking stock, and it's okay to be upset, but you don't want to be miserable, and it's very possible to live miserably. It's very possible to spend many hours doing stuff. Sitting on social media and like getting into stupid arguments with people on channels you didn't even like choose. Like, something comes up on your feed, you didn't go looking for it, but you see an ignorant comment, so you start getting involved. And then before you know it, I did it the other day. Before I know it, I've got like back and forth with people I've never met. I'm never going to meet them, and I'm arguing with them about stuff that I probably never change their mind on. And it's just so toxic. That kind of behaviour is very, very toxic. Another one is like gossiping about people. It's very toxic behaviour. You're never going to get that time back, and usually you get yourself into a hole gossiping about people. You know, it comes back to bite you. Someone overhears it and tells them, or something like this. It's just like, it's just, you know, you shouldn't be doing it. Do you know what I mean? And then when you do it, you feel like a bit dirty afterwards, don't you? You just think, why did I do that? It's not very nice. It's just not good. It's like things that you do that, yeah, if you road rage and that, it's pointless behaviour. Not good at all. There's ways that you can spend your time, and like, there's positive ways of spending time and there's negative ways of spending time. And it's okay to reflect, and it's okay to look back and take stock of things and reflect on what's happened. That's fine. But limit it to a certain amount of time in your day. Don't lose time. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to spend like, remember that movie that had Justin Timberlake in? Because he occasionally does movies, doesn't he? Like once every like leap year or something. It was, I can't remember what it was called, but the currency, it's like a futuristic movie, and the currency was like time. So every time they like paid a price for something, they had to give up time. I don't know what is weird, but don't pay the price by giving up loads of your time to worrying about stuff, because it doesn't solve anything. Sometimes doing nothing, you wake up the next day and the problem's solved. Or you wake up 3 days later and things have changed anyway, and you've done a load of stuff to try and rectify the situation. Do you know what I mean? I think one of the hardest things to do is to do nothing. But I think with this, it's like, just distract yourself, be practical. Just distract yourself, okay? Don't allow yourself to get lost in worrying for many hours on end. Is that all the cards? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Right, take care of yourself, Pisces. Take the advice, okay? Time's precious. Don't lose it to worry. If you do small practical steps for any, you could apply this to anything, you are logically going to improve. It is going to get better, okay? That there's no way that you could, like, it's like when I was training to teach and I was like worried that I was like a shit teacher and I was going to let the kids down. You know, there's no way that you could, like, unlearn things in children and young people. Something you do every day has helped someone. You know, like, it's impossible to, like, you're not going and wiping their memory, you're not pressing delete. Like, a lot of stuff that you do is going to be helpful to them. You know, if they learn one new thing in a lesson, you've helped them. So I hope that makes sense. It's just me wittering on. Right, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks, Pisces.